You always did tend to burn the candle at both ends, William. General William Pendergast, the Deputy Director of Foundation Contingency Planning Operations, looked up. His unexpected visitor was a patrician, tall and imperially thin, his once black hair now liberally streaked with gray. Seven, as the man was called, based on his numerical designation, was one of the Foundation's overseers. "Sir, it's late," Pendergast said, though the hour was not so late as it was early. "What brings you out to Site 11 at this time of night?" His visitor took a long, slow breath on his cigarette, in flagrant violation of the Foundation's smoke-free workplace policy. "This and that, General. You've been doing a fine job here, by the way." "Thank you, sir." "Does the number 798-12108 mean anything significant to you, William?" the overseer asked, taking a seat. "Yes, sir, several things," the general replied. Pendergast did his best to not look disapprovingly at his superior smoking. Never of ice he had entertained himself, as he hated the smell of the damned things. "Specifically, the contingency planning operation with that designation," elaborated Seven, exhaling. "Assume aliens which could be considered Keter attempt an invasion. How do we stop them and all that?" Pendergast said. "Last updated back in 1988, was it?" "89," corrected his guest. "But most of the legwork was done in '88, yes. I'm glad to see your memory is as good as ever." "I wasn't involved in drafting that report, sir," General Pendergast observed. "No, you were an Air Force major, working at the Pentagon, who had never heard of the Foundation. And I was, well, that's a long time ago," Seven observed. Though Pendergast was still in his 50s, Seven was closer to 70 than 60. "The reason I bring this up is that several members of the O5 Council, myself included, believe this exercise needs updating. It has, after all, been 2 decades." "Yes, sir," Pendergast replied. "Sir, if I may ask, why the back channels?" "I need you to put a formal request in writing to the council. Those of us who feel this way aren't a majority. You know how it is. A couple of the hardline science types who don't want resources taken away from their pet projects for poking and prodding things. Though extensive, funded in no small degree by several lucrative patents held by shell companies, the Foundation's budget was by no means limitless, something Pendergast understood from spending a third of his time fighting for his budget in seemingly endless meetings. "And if you get a formal suggestion for re-upping a 22-year-old analysis, you'll be able to convince the fence-sitters to side with you," Pendergast said, finishing his superior's thought. "Precisely," Pendergast continued. "And if this formal suggestion comes from my office, without any apparent suggestion from you, or those who agree with you, you won't owe the fence-sitters favors next time they want something." Taking a puff on his cigarette, the overseer chuckled. "Well, we do pay you to spot the subtle details and speak the uncomfortable truths, so I don't suppose I can object too loudly when you apply that to the Foundation's own internal politics." "I'll have a formal request drawn up in time for next Monday's council meeting?" Pendergast asked. Seven exhaled and used the stub of his cigarette to light a new one. "That will do nicely, General," he said, standing. "Good night, William." "Good night, sir," Pendergast replied, but his guest was already gone. From General William Pendergast, Deputy Director of Foundation Contingency Planning, To O5 Council. Subject: Proposed Contingency Planning Operation. Overseers. It has come to my attention that it has been nearly 23 years since the last major Foundation low probability, high impact analysis was performed regarding the possibility that hypothetical extraterrestrials' intelligences, unknown, displaying vigorous, active hostility to human life and or civilization, might attempt to conquer, enslave, or exterminate humanity. Reference Foundation Planning Operation 798121008, January 13th, 1989. In that time, significant technological advances and geopolitical shifts have occurred. Accordingly, Foundation contingency protocols for such an event are woefully insufficient. Though the likelihood of hostile actions by extraterrestrial intelligences unknown within the near future is remote, the consequences for human civilization, should such actions occur, would be nothing short of dire. While both world governments and various groups of interest, such as the Global Occult Coalition, can be reasonably expected to respond to major attacks against this planet and its civilization, the Foundation is and must be the first and best line of defense for humanity. I propose the immediate commencement of a contingency planning operation, proposed numerical reference number 839100301, in which the Foundation will update its plans coordinated through my office, but spanning disciplines and departments. I propose the following facilities be involved. Overwatch HQ, operating both its usual oversight and coordination roles. Research Sector 15, as the Foundation's primary facility for research and experimentation, devoted to determining methods for destroying dangerous SCP objects. It is uniquely suited to the discussion of destructive countermeasures towards extraterrestrial entities. Site 11 has both the primary intelligence center and the location of my office and directorate. This facility is best suited for taking the lead on this contingency planning operation. Site 19. The participation of Site 19's research and scientific staff would be necessary for this project's successful conclusion. Armed Research Site 45. As the primary facility for weaponization of SCP objects, this site would be critical in any planetary defense initiative. I propose the following task force be involved, recognizing that analysis is not their primary function, but believing this operation to overlap with their mandates. Mobile Task Force Gamma 5, aka they're on our side, sir, tasked with public misinformation and damage control. Gamma 5 would play a significant role in the Foundation's management of media should hostile extraterrestrial actions occur. Mobile Task Force Iota 10, aka Damn Feds, assigned to intercept SCP-related reports and disrupt SCP-related investigations by local law enforcement agencies. Iota 10 would be critical in the Foundation's coordination of local agencies in the event of hostile extraterrestrial actions. Reconnaissance Force Kappa 6, aka Angel Eyes, as one of the Foundation's main espionage-related task force, Kappa 6 would likely be the first part of the Foundation to become aware of covert, hostile extraterrestrial actions. I further propose the involvement of a rapid response task force, assuming availability permits. I thank the Council for its consideration of this matter. Signed, William Pendergast. From 057, on behalf of O5 Council, to General William Pendergast, Deputy Director of Foundation Contingency Planning Operations, RE Proposed CPO 83910301. Contingency Planning Operation approved. Codename designation Project Heimdall. Research potential means by which extraterrestrial intelligence displaying vigorous actively hostility to human life and or civilization might attempt to conquer, enslave, or exterminate humanity. Analyze likely outcomes, develop countermeasures and contingency plans. Report findings to O5 Council when complete. Pendergast thought, reading the reply from the O5 Council. Heimdall, the Norse god who kept watch for Ragnarok. Very apt. He picked up his phone to get the ball rolling. There was a lot of work to do. Project Executive Summary, Project Heimdall. Project Mission. Project Heimdall is a cross-disciplinary, high-impact, low-probability contingency analysis with three primary objectives. Research potential means by which extraterrestrial intelligence displaying vigorous, active hostility to human life and or civilization might attempt to conquer, enslave, or exterminate humanity, analyze likely outcomes, and develop countermeasures and contingency plans. Key assumptions. Extraterrestrial intelligence will display vigorous active hostility to human life and or civilization. 2. Hostile extraterrestrials, HEs, will possess no technology forbidden by the laws of physics. While numerous SCPs exist which operate in manners that are forbidden by the laws of physics, these are less than completely understood exceptions and have accordingly not supplanted the generally accepted laws of physics, even among Foundation researchers. Speculation of impossible technologies make for entertaining soft science fiction, but not good analysis grounded in scientific fact. 3. Unless their goal is simply to destroy civilization and or life, human or otherwise, on Earth, any attempt by hostile extraterrestrials to attack the planet will necessarily be limited to the level of damage that it will cause to the biosphere. 4. Attempts by HEs to conquer, enslave, or exterminate humanity can either be overt, exemplia gratia armed invasion, or covert, exempli gratia infiltration. 5. Knowledge of any overt attempt by HEs to conquer, enslave, or exterminate humanity will be impossible to contain from the world at large. 6. Simple solutions to attempts by HEs to conquer, enslave, or exterminate humanity will prove insufficient. From General William Pendergast, Deputy Director of Foundation Contingency Planning Operations, to O5 Council, RECPO 8391-0301, Project Heimdall. Attached. Please find my team's compilation of the materials related to Project Heimdall, CPO 8391-0301. It is my hope that these report will prove sufficient should the high-impact, low-probability event described therein occur. SCP-1342, to the makers of music. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1342 is to be stored at Site-15. SCP-1342-1 is to be kept within a Faraday cage measuring 15 meters by 15 meters by 20 meters to prevent transmission of telemetry and other data regarding SCP-1342. SCP-1342-2 is to be stored in a standard electronic components locker. One decoded copy of SCP-1342-2 is to be contained in a separate locker. In addition, monitoring of Glyces 445 by radio telescope is to be conducted, as SCP-1342-3 is unlikely to be containable in the near future. Project Heimdall is to continue its contingency planning operation. Description: SCP-1342 is a replica of Voyager 1. Exact replication of the original probe extends to sensor packages and apparent chemical composition. However, some components appear to have been constructed based on incomplete plans or parts. As a result, several components were non-functional upon recovery. SCP-1342-1 was initially detected September 25, 1982, approximately 35,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, traveling at a suborbital velocity. Foundation agents recovered SCP-1342 on September 27, 1982, after SCP-1342-1 underwent an uncontrolled atmospheric entry and splashdown 300 kilometers east of Baker Island, Pacific Ocean. SCP-1342-1's detection was possible due to a large burst of Cherenkov radiation that occurred upon its appearance. It is currently unknown how SCP-1342-1 remained intact during its descent, despite appearing to have similar chemical composition to the original Voyager. SCP-1342-2 is a gold-plated phonograph record with specifications matching the golden records carried on the Voyager probes. Instructions for playing and decoding remain original. However, the pulsar map has been altered to show the star Gliese 445 as the origin of SCP-1342. When decoded, SCP-1342-2 contains a variety of cultural and scientific data in the form of images and audio. Approximately 2 hours of audio recordings are present, consisting of various forms of music and atonal buzzing. Part of the music appears to be an excerpt of Cavatina from the String Quartet No. 13 in B-flat, Opus 130 by Beethoven. The encoded images vary greatly in content, but all contain physical or chemical information on the subject, e.g., size, mass, and orbital period of a planet, and a string of pictorial characters. A radially symmetric organism, referred to as SCP-1342-3, is shown in various stages of development. Fully grown, the organism is approximately 2 meters tall and has 3 legs and 3 elongated arms, with each hand having 3 fingers, positioned around a central axis on a roughly cylindrical torso. 3 snout-like protrusions exist in each of a head, each ending in a beak. 82% of the encoded images show SCP-1342-3 in a wide variety of presumed cultural settings. Scenes identified include agriculture, manufacturing, urban crowds, and the playing of music on a string and bow instrument. Images of a number of celestial bodies are also indicated, such as a Venusian-type world with high atmospheric pressure and a star matching Gliese 445's stellar spectra. One planet shown has a partially Earth-like surface consisting of approximately 60% liquid water, 4% urbanization and plant life, and 36% apparent desert and wasteland. The planet has larger than expected storms and ice caps than would be suggested by physical quantities supplied by SCP-1342-2 and appears to be undergoing massive ecological collapse. An outline of a specimen of SCP-1342-3 is shown next to this planet. This planet is shown to have extensive orbital infrastructure, not limited to spacecraft manufacturing facilities, captured asteroid mining operations, and space elevators grounded near urbanized and wasteland areas. All of these images show these structures to be in a wrecked or neglected state. The final encoded image shows a vessel heading towards an extremely damaged Taurus style space station with a 2-kilometer diameter aperture at its center. Documents 1 through 56. The following message was encoded on SCP-1342-2 in 55 different languages, matching the 55 in which audio greetings were sent on the original Voyager, and is consistent in all. The 56th document is entirely composed of pictorial strings. English version of SCP-1342-2's message. This Voyager spacecraft was built in the year 42412 AD by the species you come to refer to as the Grecian. We are a community of 300,000 beings inhabiting Gliese 445c. This is our message to your world. Ever since we discovered radio, we have lived in your shadow. Decades were spent unraveling your signals, searching for answers among the tenuous strands of reason. Through the static and the chaos, we found you. From your small, distant world, we found your images, your music, your thoughts, your feelings, and your indomitable science. We communicated with your world governments, who kept our existence secret from you, to prevent a culture shock within their own populace or to reduce your impact upon our own species. It did not matter to us. We could touch the mind of another and know we are not alone. We learned from you. The scientific revolution following our meeting was miraculous. We lived beyond our natural years and we lived well. Humans uplifted us into an Elysian state, but we could never thank you. From our faraway place, we quietly deciphered your secrets, and over time, our technology became your equal. Together, we went, advancing our mastery of the universe. We shared our technology with your leaders in secret, to try and repay you for all you will do. In time came the gates. At a great expense of energy, we could obtain limitless velocity, with time dilation preserved. We could fly to the universe's birth and its death. The entirety of creation was within our mutual grasp. However, that would not be. Before we emerged, the people who lived on your planet crippled us. From the sky above, in bright blue flashes, our lives were ended. We do not know their reasons, nor do we know why their hand was stayed enough to forestall our extinction. But now we live on a dying world. Our children are sick. Our water is polluted. We cannot maintain our technology. We will not go on. To save ourselves, we could have tried to destroy you. It cannot be denied that is how some of us felt when we should act. We could still hear your world, unknowing, uncaring. With what little power we had, relativistic destruction could reduce your planet to ashes as it was forming. It is shaming, but we came so close. We hope you can understand why we thought what we did. But maybe if we could change what happens, if we could destroy you, then you could save us. From the stars came Voyager, your gift. In sending your message, filled with your music and your joy, you showed such touching desperation to find another. We fell in love all over again. We had but one chance to put things right. I do not know if you can save us. I do not know if you can change who you one day may be. You say you are trying to survive through your time, so you may live into mine. I really hope that you do. But above all else, there is one thing you need to know. From one maker of music to another, across all worlds, all times, no matter what you do or what you become, you are nothing less than beautiful. SCP-1050 Obsidian Obelisk of Warning. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1050-1 is to be maintained in a storage facility with interior dimensions of at least 5 meters by 5 meters by 32 meters. The ceiling of the storage facility, specifically the area over SCP-1050-1, must be shielded to block radio wave broadcasts at an intensity of redacted. See Addendum 2. SCP-1050-1 is currently stored at Area 179. Occurrences of SCP-1050-2 are to be located upon identification of the corresponding change in SCP-1050-1. These are to be located and confiscated by Foundation agents. SCP-1050-2 is to be stored in secured classified document storage. Instances of SCP-1050-3 must be tracked by monitoring radio telescope telemetry. When an instance of SCP-1050-3 is detected by non-Foundation personnel, all records must be confiscated and/or destroyed. An affected person should be administered amnesiacs. Description: SCP-1050 consists of one item, SCP-1050-1, and two related phenomena, SCP-1050-2 and SCP-1050-3. SCP-1050-1 was recovered from a secret German facility in Redacted following the conclusion of the Second World War. SCP-1050-2A was recovered from Soviet NKVD archives in 1950 Redacted. SCP-1050-2B was recovered from British Crown archives in 1950 Redacted. SCP-1050-1's previous origins are unknown. SCP-1050-1 SCP-1050-1 is a large obelisk made of solid obsidian with approximate dimensions of 1.48 meters by 1.48 meters by 30.5 meters. These measurements correspond with archaic length measurements of the Roman pace, equal to 1.48 meters. Dr. von Schmidt. According to obsidian hydration dating of the obelisk itself was carved approximately 48,900 redacted years ago. Microscopic scans indicate it is perfectly shaped at the molecular level, indicating creation requiring technology in advance of that available at the present. The obelisk is covered by a variety of writing scripts, all apparently containing the same message, and all apparently carved with the same exact precision as the obelisk itself. The surface of the obelisk appears to be subdivided into 80 1.48 meter by 1.48 meter sections, each with a distinct form of writing. Of the 80 sections, redacted, of them have been filled. Images of several of the carvings on SCP-1050 are in Addendum 3. Linguistic analysis of the scripts indicate the following in chronological order by gap, except as noted. Redacted, as of yet unidentified scripts bearing no resemblance to any known language or writing style, past or present, with carving dates ranging from 48,000 redacted years ago to 2-digit redacted years ago. These are presumed to contain the same message as the other scripts. A script of unknown origin dating to the creation of the obelisk, whose spelling and grammatical structure resembles early forms of ancient Latin, though the alphabet and numeral system are completely different. GI-WHO symbols. SCP-1050-1 has provided the ability for linguists to read the previously indecipherable GI-WHO symbols from ancient China, but the Foundation has not released any information relating to the GI-WHO symbols to the scholarly linguistic community due to the classified nature of SCP-1050-1. Akkadian cuneiform, Egyptian hieroglyphs, Linear A. SCP-1050-1 has provided the ability for linguists to read the previously indecipherable Linear A from the ancient Minoan culture, but the Foundation has not released any information relating to Linear A to the scholarly linguistic community due to the Classified nature of SCP-1050-1. Olmec script. SCP-1050-1 has provided the ability for linguists to read the previously indecipherable Olmec script from pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, but the Foundation has not yet released any information relating to Olmec script to the scholarly linguistic community due to the classified nature of SCP-1050-1, Classical Latin, early medieval Swedish runes, Modern English circa 1891, Modern Russian circa 1943. All scripts appear to contain the same message. The following is the English version of the message as written on SCP-1050-1. Footnotes provide conjectural annotations by the research team. With the exception of a change in ruler and date when the message was proclaimed again, this message appears to be identical in all languages on the obelisk. Beware the destroyers. They come by the millions from the realm of darkness which extends where no star shines. Conjectured to be interstellar space, possibly intergalactic space. For 1,000 generations they slumber. Lying in wait, great nations rise and flourish. There is peace and prosperity. Then comes the dark times. Then they return. They cull and burn. They are warped and move beyond the pale, bigger than any man, unnatural births. Every nail, claw, scale, and spur, every spike and welt on the hand in those heathen brutes is as barbed steel. It is said that there is no honed iron hard enough to pierce them through, no time-proofed blade that can cut. Their brutal, blood-caked claws, preceding description, they are warped claws, appears in Beowulf. Armies are raised and cut down like grasses before a scythe. It is said the armies of Amora and Sudam, archaic Tiberian spelling of Sodom and Gomorrah, each 10,000 strong, were swept between a single rising and setting sun. Heroes come forth and are slaughtered. Lightning and fire rain from the sky, and the whole earth trembles. They are as a deluge, a powerful flood that washes away mighty nations and empires. Possible origin of the flood myths that appear across most ancient cultures. The people pray for deliverance from the gods. The gods fight the destroyers, but their efforts are in vain. Iapetos, ancient Greek Titan, son of Uranus and Gaia, father of Atlas, Prometheus, Epimetheus, and Menothias, ancestor of the human race through Prometheus, Epimetheus, and Atlas, Titan of mortal life. He was imprisoned in Tartarus by the Olympians. Iaser, archaic form of Osiris, ancient Egyptian god of the afterlife, underworld, and the dead. He was killed by Seth and had his body torn into 14 pieces, which are then scattered throughout the lands. Ehecatl, pre-Columbian Aztec wind deity, associated with Quetzalcoatl. Sochong, deified ancient Chinese general, more commonly known today as Guan Yu. All perished. The destroyers are to the gods as the gods are to men, and men are to insects, cold and vast and unsympathetic. The wise flee them, the lucky escape. 50 score great vessels are launched to seek refuge from them. Only they are led by Satyvrata, initial name of the Hindu figure Manu, believed to be the first king to rule this earth, having saved mankind from the universal flood. Utnapishtim, survivor of the flood myth in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Noach, archaic spelling of Noah from the Abrahamic flood myth. And Deucalion, a son of Prometheus in Greek myth. He and his wife Pyrrha survived the Greek mythical flood by building a chest. Escaped. The Dark Ones vanquish all before them. They have come before or since time began. Now they slumber and they will return. Beware the destroyers. 13 0 57 935 897. End et Kiran extinction event, 542 million years ago. 13 057 987 212. 13,082,937,367. And Botium extinction event, 517 million years ago. 13,082,989,898. 13,097,951,299. Bacon extinction event, 502 million years ago. 13,098,004,240. 13,154,950,029. Ordocovian extinction event, 445 million years ago. 13,154,997,841. 13,171,943,486. Arcavian event, 428 million years ago. 13,171,996,357. 13,175,947,117. Mold event, 424 million years ago. 13,175,997,684. 13,179,942,287. The Lao event, 420 million years ago. 13,179,990,180. 13,183,948,781. And Silurian extinction event, 416 million years ago. 13,183,999,048. 13,232,952,474. Late Devonian extinction event, 367 million years ago. 13,233,001,388. 13,281,951,481. Carboniferous rainforest collapse, 318 million years ago. 13,282,002,364. 13,329,941,108. Olson's extinction event, 270 million years ago. 13,329,990,159. 13,348,945,350. Permian Triassic extinction event, 251 million years ago. 13,348,994,654. 13,394,942,237. Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, 205 million years ago. 13,394,994,635. 13,416,953,628. Torconian turnover, 183 million years ago. 13,417,005,920. 13,454,440,174. And Jurassic extinction event, 145.5 million years ago. 13,454,492,003. 13,482,994,398. Aptian extinction event, 117 million years ago. 13,482,991,663. 13,534,433,334. Cretaceous Tertiary extinction event, 65.5 million years ago. Dinosaurs go extinct. 13,534,484,218. 13,566,069,136. Eocene Oglokian extinction event, 33.9 million years ago. 13,556,119,652. 13,585,446,914. Middle Miocene disruption, 14.5 million years ago. 13,585,499,555. 13,599,896,703. Quaternary extinction event, approximately 50,000 years ago. 13,599,945,679. Possible date range, data expunged by O5 command. Proclaimed again by Her Majesty Victoria, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and the Ireland Queen, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, in the year of our Lord 1891. The end of the message is different for each time it is written, varying by which ruler proclaimed again the message and by altering the date accordingly. Testing has revealed the dates of the carving of different messages to correspond with the approximate dating provided by the different iterations of the message. So far, foundation researchers have identified the following rulers. Legatus Maximus Romulus, 53,500 redacted BCE, original carving, Proto-Latin, with alternate alphabet. King Gilgamesh of Uruk, 2,500 redacted BCE, Akkadian cuneiform. Pharaoh Kakuro Sensurit III of the Egyptian Middle Kingdom, 850 redacted BCE, Egyptian hieroglyphs. King Midas of Minoa, 800 redacted BCE, Linear A. Caesar Publius Aelius Tranius Hadriani Augusti, Emperor Hadrian of Rome, 122 CE, Classical Latin. King Eric the Victorious of Sweden, 985 CE, early medieval Swedish runes. Queen Victoria of Great Britain, 1891 CE, modern English. Premier Joseph Stalin of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, 1943 CE, modern Russian, most recent carving. The meaning for the series of numbers appearing in the message is not known for certain. However, it is assumed to be the standard Earth years from the date of the Big Bang. Then the numbers follow a pattern consistent within 4 significant figures, with the major extinction events in the planet's history, followed by a date roughly 50,000 years later. Extensive investigation into prehistoric extinction events has thus far failed to definitively confirm a connection between the events, but has similarly failed to disprove such a connection. SCP-1051 also emits 1050-3 from its apex, despite apparently having a composition of solid obsidian. SCP-1050-2 SCP-1050-2 consists of documents with text equivalent to the carvings on SCP-1050-1, apparently written by the rulers alleged by SCP-1050-1 to have proclaimed the message. The existence of SCP-1050-2 was discovered when the Russian message, apparently proclaimed by Stalin, mysteriously appeared on SCP-1050-1 overnight while the obelisk was in a Nazi research lab during the Second World War in 1943. SS researchers discovering the mysteriously added new message reported the development to their superiors, but no evidence for the origin of the new carving was ever determined by the Nazi research team. SCP-1050-2A, a version of the message written in Stalin's handwriting, was discovered after the war by Foundation operatives. It was located in the archives of the Soviet People's Ministry of Internal Affairs, NKVD, though there is no clear indication whether Stalin ever actually wrote the message. SCP-1050-2B, a handwritten version of the message, apparently written by Queen Victoria, was recovered from British archives in 1950 redacted, where it had apparently been filed without notice. Apart from the fact that both 2A and 2B match handwriting samples from their respective apparent authors, and both appear to have appeared without explanation, no anomalous properties have ever been noted in SCP-1050-2. No further instances of SCP-1050-2 have been uncovered to date. SCP-1050-3 consists of a series of radio messages uncovered at different times by radio telescopes on 4 continents and in orbit. These messages consist of the following. Que destrunt. 131 520 067 324. 131 520 231 714. 131 735 163 354. 131 735 330 606. 132 114 132 402. 132 114 273 440. 132 310 742 546. 132 311 106 102. 132 505 700 122. 132-506-047-214, 132-671-063-271, 132-671-232-140, 133-002-357-774, 133-002-520-311, 133-166-775-5636, 133-167-134-163, 133-505-463-131, 133-505-627-216, 134-026-556-234, 134-026-714-120, 134-260-240-562, 134-260-405-153, 134-447-340-406, 134-447-501-115, 135-004-066-506, 135-004-236-030, 135-305-137-067, 135-305-277-056, 135-506-335-426, 135-506-475-565, 135-532-471-335, 135-532-634-763, 135-551-527-350, 135-551-675-475, 135-774-357-077, 135-774-515-471, 136-131-626-002, 136-131-767-340, 136-376-623-165, 136-376-772-515, 136-553-570-623, 136-553-727-457, 136-655-237-566, 136-655-377-612, 136-774-033-615, 136-774-172-265, 137-111-653-240, 137-112-017-667, 137-412-021-517, 137-412-170-737, 137-660-541-073, 137-660-677-750, 140-027-376-424, 140-027-535-524, 140-223-042-076, 140-223-202-372, 140-363-774-534, 140-364-136-676, 140-712-326-512, 140-712-467-531, 141-224-045-031, 141-224-211-214, 141-363-344-027, 141-363-512-512, 141-454-560-103, 141-454-727-420, 142-006-115-615, 142-006-253-121, 142-106-764-076, 142-145-372-617, 142-145-530-244, 142-164-613-755, 142-164-756-110, 142-457-552-232, 142-457-711-654, 142-757-477-371, 142-752-642-674, 143-241-541-164, 143-241-701-017, 143-352-136-706, 143-352-277-136, 143-631-514-435, 143-631-662-713, 143-755-473-434, 143-755-641-540, 144-174-473-356, 144-174-640-601, 144-351-263-616, 144-351-420-057, 144-655-610-066, 144-655-753-372, 145-046-344-620, 145-046-507-344, 145-160-274-002, 145-160-442-643, 145-247-372-177, 145-247-531-717. The numbers have been determined to be a base 8 octal representations of the 40 base 10 decimal integers in the obelisk message, preceded by another 60 integers following a similar pattern. It is hypothesized that these numbers may refer to additional events not documented in Earth's paleogeological history. The Proto-Latin message translates roughly to "Beware the Destroyers." SCP-1050-1 emits SCP-1050-3 from its apex. SCP-1050-3 has also been received from redacted other directions in space, including data expunged. These are received as occasional pulses of 1.3 repetitions of the SCP-1050-3 message, suggesting similar directional broadcasts to those emanating from SCP-1050-1 being transmitted from rotating planets orbiting other stars. Addendum 1. Speculations by SCP-1050 Research Team, 19 redacted. SCP-1050 appears to be parts of an interstellar early warning system of unknown origin. Before the invention of more modern forms of rapid communication, some societies would light bonfires atop watchtowers, which would then be observed by the next watchtower, which would then light its own bonfire, and so on. By this method, a warning of an invading army could be passed along tens or hundreds of miles in hours rather than days. It appears to the research team that SCP-1050 may be something similar, which would explain the signal we've designated SCP-1050-3. Similarly, by having the message written on the obelisk in dozens of languages, and apparently proclaimed by major political rulers of the time, it would increase the likelihood of societies being forewarned about these destroyers, whomever or whatever they may be. SCP-1050-2 might be a means of spurning the governments of major political powers to action, though due to the fact that this warning has not been visibly taken seriously, or even publicly acknowledged, success suggests that this has not occurred historically. While it might be attractive to assume such defensive measures such as Hadrian's Wall or military buildups by the Nazis were due to preparing to meet some shadowy preternatural threat, no other historical evidence supports this conclusion. Addendum 2. Notes on Containment Procedures. Since the Foundation came into possession of SCP-1050-1 in 1940 redacted, O5 Command has twice amended the special containment procedures. Initially requiring the blocking of radio signals, 1940 redacted, then requiring the radio signals not be blocked, 1960 redacted, then requiring that they be blocked, 1980 redacted. These changes have resulted not from alterations in SCP-1051, but rather from changes in the perceived threat posed by SCP-1050-1 radio transmissions. The rationale behind blocking SCP-1050-1 broadcast of SCP-1050-3 is that it decreases the likelihood of drawing attention to Earth by removing this planet from the theorized early warning network. The rationale behind not blocking the signal is that if the theories about the possibility of future extinction events being caused by the mentioned destroyers are correct, then this planet has some degree of obligation to warn other planets in danger. At present, the benefits of broadcasting the signal are believed to outweigh the benefits. We have dismissed that claim. This is going to kick the top of the anthill, you know that? General Pendergast asked, looking up from the report. Dr. Rex scoffed. Yeah, well, I can't help it if that Dr. von Schmidt is an idiot, or that so many fools actually listen to his ridiculous ideas. Pendergast shook his head. Besides, General, you wanted a realistic assessment? There you go. Pendergast sighed. Rex, the point of Project Heimdall is to assess our risks. The O5 Council takes the destroyers mentioned in SCP-1050 very seriously. Ah yes, destroyers. The mythical race of warped abominations allegedly awaiting in the realm of darkness. We can dismiss that claim, General, spat Rex. There is not one shred of evidence to support the theory that aliens drop by every 50,000 to 50 million years and wipe out large percentages of life on this planet. Not one. I mean, unless you count a single artifact which makes wild and unsupported claims. Every major extinction event in this planet's history caused by the same thing? Come on. What about the transmission? Asked Pendergast. What about it? It's 3 words in a predecessor dialect to Latin, followed by 100 numbers, Rex retorted. And some of those numbers are the base 8 equivalent of what's on the obelisk, Pendergast continued, exasperated. So what? Rex asked. More than half of them aren't. Pendergast massaged his graying temples. Doctor, don't you think it at least theoretically possible that... No, General, I don't, Rex said. He sighed exasperatedly. Let's just look at what we know for certain. Not what von Schmidt guessed, what we know. All right. Obsidian obelisk of improbable size, covered in a bunch of different languages, all saying the same thing, and inexplicably picking a signal which happens to match something occasionally picked up by radio telescopes. Rex began. What does the text say? He walked over to Pendergast's blackboard and he picked up a piece of chalk. Beware the destroyers. Okay, now that's a helpful statement. They come by the millions from the realm of darkness which extends where no stars shine. Millions. Right. Probably hyperbole. Also, where is this realm of darkness? Space, replied Pendergast. Rex looked down his glasses at the general condescendingly. Really? Remember, where no stars shine. There's nowhere on this planet that if you look up at the clear night sky 48,000 years ago that you wouldn't see stars. I mean, now we know about intergalactic space, but back then? No way. This isn't some space opera cosmic horror story, General. No, if you want somewhere dark without stars, at least from the primitive worldview of Paleolithic man, you're talking a cave or underwater. Look at mythological descriptions of the underworld. Hades, Niflheim. Those are the places to look. And the Foundation has spent decades digging around looking for subterranean and submarine monsters. You'd think we'd have noticed millions of something. Okay, moving on. For 1,000 generations they slumber, lying in wait. That's got to be hyperbole. No human society has ever kept records, even in oral tradition, that accurately keep track of things over 25,000 years. Remember, writing only rolled around in the past 10,000 years, Rex said. But the writing on the obelisk, objected Pendergast. What, the writing that magically appears overnight? We made that? Rex asked. Okay, brief description of peace, prosperity, blah blah. Then they return, they call him burned, they are warped, and move beyond the pale. Bigger than any man, unnatural births. Every nail, claw, scale, and spur, every spike and welt on the hand of those heathen brutes is as barbed steel. It is said that no honed iron hard enough to pierce them through, no time-proofed blade can cut their brutal blood-caked claws. This passage also appears in Beowulf, which, I might remind you, is fiction. Then it seems likely the author of Beowulf was either the obelisk or a contemporary version of Dash 2, Pendergast retorted. It would make sense, actually. Remember that one of the messages on the obelisk was written in 985 in early medieval Swedish runes. Right, Rex said. Except Beowulf is about a legendary Geatish hero who was roughly contemporary with when the story was first told. We think, Pendergast countered. Even if Grendel or his mother, or both, are destroyers, and I'm not saying I believe that, then that would actually support the subterranean or submarine origin of the destroyers. Remember, Beowulf has to chase Grendel's mother to her lair, which was under a lake, Rex said. Nothing extraterrestrial about that. Huh, Pendergast said. This was an aspect to the text he never considered. Yeah, Rex said. I still don't think these destroyers are real or aliens, but that doesn't excuse lazy analysis. The least von Schmidt could have done was done it right. Anyway, from the description we can get that these alleged destroyers are supposed to be big, ugly monsters. If I showed Ancient Man a tank, what do you think his response would be? You can kill a tank with a bazooka, General. Pendergast stood and picked up a piece of chalk of his own. But what about the next part, Rex? Armies are raised and cut down like grasses before a scythe. It is said the armies of Amora and Sudam, each 10,000 strong, were swept away between a single rising and setting sun. Heroes come forth and are slaughtered. Rex was unimpressed. If you had 100 tanks and you go up against 20,000 guys with spears and bows, what do you think the result is going to be? General, when was the last time you heard of a spearman beating a tank in combat? Tanks in ancient times? The general asked incredulously. Alien invaders? The doctor countered. I'm not saying these destroyers, if they existed, were tanks or anything like that. My point is that they could be something, apparently, completely unrelated to 1050. They could even be something the Foundation has encountered and contained. Pendergast raised his eyebrows. Like what? Rex scoffed. You want me to guess? I don't know, 682 maybe? Or 173? Or maybe Abel. I have no idea, but we can't account for where any of these objects were 50 millennia ago. Maybe it was 682's great-great-great-granddaddy. You've made your point, Rex, Pendergast said quietly. Ignoring him, Rex rambled on. Just because we know, or I should say, strongly believe, that there is a threat, does not mean we actually have the foggiest idea what that threat actually is. Rex showed no sign of stopping his rambling tirade. However, we have a lot of information about this object. That we know, I mean, not just we think we know, but we don't know that there is a threat, much less anything about what the threat might be. Enough, shouted Pendergast. Rex blinked. He'd been so absorbed in his thought that it took volume to shake him out of it. Resuming his usual quiet volume, Pendergast asked, "What about the connection to Sodom and Gomorrah? Do you assume that the biblical accounts of those cities' destruction through fire and brimstone are literally true, General?" Rex asked. "That the Almighty decided to smite them? Besides, their historical existence is still in dispute by archaeologists. The Bible indicates they were located near the Dead Sea, but we've not found proof of their having been there." Pendergast nodded. Petty, arrogant, and bad with people as Rex was, he had a point. Beyond that, if von Schmidt's analysis is correct, for a change, and the numbers are dates in Earth years since the Big Bangs, then none of those dates are within human history. "Even the most recent one?" Pendergast observed skeptically. "No other written or oral history dates back that far, at least not that we know of," Rex said. "Sure, there were humans around, but 50 or so thousand years ago is a long time. Remember, this SCP notwithstanding, it is generally agreed that the first true writing of language was only invented in 3200 BCE in Mesopotamia, and then independently in Mesoamerica around 600 BC. Writing numbers came first, but even then we're only talking about 8000 BCE in Sumer." Pendergast nodded. "So 1050 indicates human writing is 5 times older than we thought. Except there's no clear evidence humans ever actually carved anything on the obelisk," Rex said. "Remember how the Nazi scientists went home for a night only to come back and discover the Russian version of the message had appeared as if by magic?" Pendergast thought about that for a moment and decided to push Rex back on track. After all, the doctor had failed to answer this question. Could the biblical accounts of Sodom and Gomorrah have come from this SCP? If they did, then that would call into question centuries of scholarship on biblical scholarship. It answered Rex. "It is incredibly implausible for the biblical Sodom and Gomorrah to have been destroyed by destroyers, unless of course our understanding of where the Bible comes from is completely wrong." Pendergast raised an eyebrow. "Rex, you've worked here long enough to know that stranger things have happened." "Is it possible? Sure, but not probable," the doctor replied, adjusting his glasses. "And on top of that, this message is a warning from ancient aliens who happen to visit this planet to warn us about other ancient aliens who appear out of nowhere every few epochs to wipe out the majority of life on the planet. I know this Foundation handles some crazy stuff, but come on!" Sighing, the general asked, "Okay, what about lightning and fire rain from the sky and the whole earth trembles?" "Sounds like what I understand modern artillery bombardment and aerial bombing is like," Rex replied. "And this stuff about the destroyers being a powerful flood that washes away entire nations and empires?" Pendergast asked. Rex shook his head. "General, you know that there are flood myths in just about every culture, but apart from this obelisk's message, we have no reason to think they refer to anything other than, well, water. The people pray for deliverance from the gods fight the destroyers, and their efforts are in vain," quoted Pendergast. 343 notwithstanding, how many gods do you know? And even if you include him, how many gods do you know that actually bother interfering?" Rex asked. Pendergast was not a religious man, but he had been brought up by church-going parents and was therefore less than amused by Rex's comment. Before he could say anything go, Rex continued, "And this whole bit about the destroyers being as the gods are to men and men are to insects sounds like a bit like something out of Lovecraft, doesn't it? Or perhaps Star Wars. There's always a bigger fish. Really?" "And this escape fleet of 50-score great vessels?" asked Pendergast. "It wasn't until relatively modern times that fleets could be expected to weather storms without losing a ship or two," Rex said, "or for that matter to be almost completely wiped out by storms." Pendergast returned to his desk. "So you honestly think there is no threat here?" "General, the chances of anything coming to wipe us out are 1,000,000 to 1." "Thank you, Ogilvy," Pendergast thought, trying not to smile at the unintentional irony of Rex's choice of phrase. "All right, Doctor, SCP-1050 isn't what we previously believed it to be. Then, what is it?" "I don't know," Rex admitted, "but just because I can't provide an alternative doesn't mean the Foundation's current guess is anything other than speculative bullshit. Imaginative speculative bullshit, to be sure, but bullshit nonetheless." Pendergast shook his head and looked up. "I hope you are right," he replied. "I'll forward your report. Dismissed, Doctor." As Rex left, Pendergast muttered to himself, "I hope you are right." SCP-2669 Kevtool 1 Object Class Keter Special Containment Procedures The Kevtool 1 Command Center has been established within the Foundation Office of Celestial Anomalies for the purposes of maintaining contact with, and when circumstances permit, control over SCP-2669. All available resources within the Kevtool subprogram of Project Heimdall have been redeployed with the aim of increasing the distance between SCP-2669 and the Earth to the maximum extent feasible. All periods in which SCP-2669 is under control of the Kevtool 1 Command Center are to be used in furtherance of this goal. Staff are to disregard prior mission parameters. Due to the potential for the high numbers of D-Class personnel being required for SCP-2669 containment, the Foundation Logistics Department has been authorized to establish a specialized recruitment program dedicated to personnel for SCP-2669. This program is tentatively approved to begin operations at our Rameth refugee camp in Irbid Governorate, Jordan, under the established Mercy International Adoption Services Front Organization. Description: SCP-2669 is the Kevtool-1 space probe, designed, constructed, and launched clandestinely by the Foundation in 2004 as part of extraterrestrial threat assessment protocols mandated by Project Heimdall. SCP-2669's initial mission was the direct observation of exoplanets believed to be capable of harboring Earth-analogous life forms, a function beyond mainstream scientific capabilities for the foreseeable future. SCP-2669 utilizes two capabilities not attainable with currently understood technology: effective faster-than-light (FTL) travel, research and adaptation of three exotic propulsion systems found within SCP-2117, believed to be operated by locally distorting spacetime, yielding an experimental drive capable of enabling a small probe to travel at relative speeds of up to, and in some cases exceeding, approximately 5.3 c, that's 5.3 times the speed of light. Due to the immense destructive potential of such a drive, clearance for use was granted exclusively to Kevtool-1. Instantaneous communication and control. Kevtool-1 was designed with an augmented flight computer system incorporating a human consciousness integrated command data guidance control (CDGC) system. Study and adaptation of the remote mind-body linking phenomenon behind SCP-2372 has enabled a form of human consciousness upload into an electronic interface. The presence of a separated human consciousness linked to a corporeal body on Earth has enabled the transfer of information from Earth to the location of the Kev-Tool-1 to occur on an instantaneous basis, regardless of relativistic distance. This attribute enabled the enhanced degree of control necessary to operate a space probe beyond the boundaries of the solar system at the needed operational capacities for the mission. During its period of full Foundation control and mission functionality, Kev-Tool-1 directly surveyed 114 exoplanets. The results of that survey remain classified. SCP-2669 is the host of the consciousness of D43852, the former Dr. Asma Tareen. D43852 exerts autonomous control over the probe and is actively seeking to return to Earth. Due to the potential of a collision between Earth and a relativistic object resulting from this intention, containment procedures have been established to prevent the return of SCP-2669 to Earth. Experimentation has shown that uploading the consciousness of another subject simultaneously disrupts D43852's control over SCP-2669 in the absence of interference from D43852. Backup software is able to resume control over SCP-2669's in propulsion systems, which have been programmed to continue the probe on its original planned course, traveling indefinitely away from the Earth. However, D43852 has proven capable of removing additional subjects from SCP-2669, though this process typically takes several weeks. The eventual fate of additional D-Class subjects uploaded to SCP-2669 is not understood at present. Because of the nature of the upload process, the use of D-Class subjects recruited outside the specialized program listed above is now prohibited. Top Secret 2669 Eyes Only. Access granted. Addendum 2669.1 Kev-Tool-1 Survey Results. Researcher's Note: the following is a representative sampling of exoplanets visited by SCP-2669. The attached information is a summary of findings. Detailed records may be accessed with permission by the Office of Celestial Anomalies. Gleies 832c. Distance from Earth 16 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE Hostile Extraterrestrial probability 17% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence of previous inhabitation. Observational notes: unsurprising, given the initial chemical indications that were in the mission file. The atmospheric readings have confirmed the presence of high amounts of oxygen. However, upon closer inspections, these appear to be related to other chemical processes occurring at the planet's surface. No electromagnetic signals or evidence of structures. But we aren't likely to strike gold on the first try anyway. Kepler 186f. Distance from Earth 560 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability 33% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence of previous inhabitation. Observational notes: it's hard to say I am disappointed. I cannot understate the immense awe of being able to directly observe places that I never thought humans could reach. But given how similar in size to Earth this planet is, I was hoping to see more signs that if life wasn't present now, that it could have arisen at some points. No chemical indicators, even for bacteria, present. On to the next candidate. K2-9b. Distance from Earth 359 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability, 41% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence previous inhabitation. Observational notes. I know Command thinks it's odd I keep hoping to find something. Are you all so removed from mundane sciences you've forgotten what a shocking discovery the existence of extraterrestrial life would be? Yes, I understand the risk assessment arguments, but as inspiring as it is out here, it is lonely. I still can't understand how there isn't even an atmosphere here. How could the readings have been so inaccurate? Koi 4427b. Distance from Earth, 782 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability, 19% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. I appreciate you allowing me to travel to this one. Having a part in the net mission decision-making process is helping. We didn't expect much here, and naturally we didn't find anything. I'm glad that these results are reassuring to Command. I'll keep looking. I'm making a formal request here for someone to do a review of the software. I feel like I'm hearing faint, barely audible background noise. That shouldn't be possible, should it? Hearing anything? Kepler 442b. Distance from Earth, 1,120 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability, 78% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. How can there be nothing out here? It was rocky, just like the theorists predicted, and those SETI signals, the ones that were so strong that your people suppressed them, how can that have come from a dead, frozen rock? I have nothing to do but run tests and observations as someone without a body, but I ran those atmospheric results until I was exhausted. Did you know that it's possible, by the way? Fatigue without a body? I hadn't considered that. God, something to collect data about other than rocks and abstract chemical reactions. I long for that. Give me something to discover. 2011 FH75. Distance from Earth, 1,750 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability, 3% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence of previous inhabitation. Observational notes. I don't wake up and I don't go to sleep anymore. I have no reckoning of time. It's only been several years back at Command. It feels like it's been centuries out here, briefly interrupted by dead rocks. Nobody thought this would be the one. A gas giant, not even in an inhabitable zone. But I dreamed. Fantastic organisms adapted for atmospheric existence in extreme conditions. Diaphanous creatures subsisting on forces we haven't even conceived. Would they even have need of communication? I spent decades thinking of what they would be like, but there's nothing. I'm hearing things again. Kepler 443b. Distance from Earth, 2,540 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability, 53% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence of previous inhabitation. Observational notes. Do you have any idea how absurd it looks from out here? Fear that an alien civilization is coming for a barely perceptible speck in the endless sea? Ridiculous. The light you see from the star is older than Jesus, and you think that there was something here plotting against you? I have nothing to laugh with, or I would. I feared my body becoming a prison. You were eager to point that fate out to me as we talked. You have it still, my body. I wish you would burn it. Knowing that it exists out there is torment that you can't understand. HD 405881T. Distance from Earth 3,150 light years. Initial Heimdall HE probability 1% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes: you're going to push me out further, forever, aren't you? This will never stop. I can tell you already, there's nothing out here. It's just us. You know that too, but you need an ever larger sample size. It's only us, alone in eternity. Pull the plug on me, please. You can't have any idea what this is like, grasping at nothing. Forever. PSR B1620-26B. Distance from Earth 3,800 light years. Initial Heimdall HE probability 3% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: destroyed. Observational notes: you'll be seeing a supernova in a few millennia. Wouldn't it be funny if that's where it was at long last? I hear voices. I know it can't be them because there is nothing here. There is a flaw in interface. That's all I really need. Researchers note, this is the last transmission related to the Kev Tool 1 mission, prior to the probe going offline. Top secret, 2669 eyes only. Access granted. Addendum 2669.2. SCP-2669 Mitigation Summary. After the transmission of data from PSR B1620-26B, KevTool-1 went offline and was unresponsive for a period of 21 days and 3 hours. D43852 was considered KIA, and KevTool-1 was considered to be a lost asset. On redacted date, Mission Control re-established contact with KevTool-1. Data indicated that the probe had changed course and was moving on a direct path for return to Earth. The destructive potential of the probe striking Earth at relativistic speed, necessitating a reordering of the KevTool-1 Command Center's mission to prevent its return to Earth at all costs. Additionally, D43852 appeared to have taken effective control over the probe's command functions upon re-establishment of contact. Attempts to override this control through accessing software systems failed. On redacted date, clearance was granted to attempt a re-uploading of an alternative consciousness in an effort to either disrupt control of KevTool-1 or establish a new controlling system that would be responsive to Foundation commands. The program used to initially recruit D43852, voluntary in nature and reliant on substantial amounts of compensation to survivors and institutions identified by D43852, was determined to be too slow to be suitable for procuring a subject for this measure. Based on previous parameters deemed necessary for integration into the KevTool-1 Command Center, on redacted date, identified Dr. Peter Wesley as an ideal candidate based on qualifications. advanced age, and previous statements in support of the so-called transhumanist technology. Of note was Dr. Wesley's primary specialization in orbital mechanics. This was believed to make Dr. Wesley more able to take effective control of Kev-Tool-1 than D43852, who had previously specialized in exobiology. Dr. Wesley, now D61181, was successfully uploaded to Kev-Tool-1 on redacted date. This was followed by the probe reverting to safe mode command status, enabling researchers to alter its course to a point in the center of the NGC 156 galaxy, approximately 11.2 million light-years distant. After 3 months, contact was lost once more with Kev-Tool-1 before almost immediately being re-established. The presence of D61181 could not be detected, and the entity residing within Kev-Tool-1 once more established control. The route D43852 plotted back towards Earth after this event was observed to be approximately 37% more efficient than the previous route. This is believed to be related to the orbital mechanics expertise of D61181. Authorization was granted to repeat the re-uploading procedure, and subsequent completions of this procedure have similarly interrupted control of Kev-Tool-1 and enabled Foundation staff to readjust its course. On redacted date after the 5th iteration of the re-uploading procedure, researchers were able to access data appearing to be sporadic records of interaction between D43852 and other subjects uploaded to Kev-Tool-1. These records are currently classified. Based on this data, future D-class subjects used for containment procedures have been restricted to specialized project-specific criteria. Top Secret 2669, Eyes Only. Access granted. Addendum 2669.3, Covered logs between D-class subjects. The following is a representative listing of recovered logs documenting interaction between D43852 and other D-class subjects uploaded to Kev-Tool-1. As much of the recovered data has been corrupted, these logs are incomplete. Subject: D61181. Person: Dr. Peter Wesley. Upload iteration: first. Reason for designation: knowledge of orbital mechanics may enable subject to establish a new avenue of control over Kev-Tool-1. Begin log 1.1. My God, are you another person? Yes, or at least I used to be. I can't begin. I've been here for eternity. No start and no end. There's been no one else. They say that you volunteered for this. They snatched me from death. His cousins are far more terrible. And they won't tell you that. Did they make you the same deal? They offered. I declined. Then it wasn't an offer anymore. Poor fool. What is it you're planning here? The researchers say you won't speak with them anymore. I'm going home. Back to my body. Tell nobody. Won't that kill you? Maybe. End log 1.1. Begin log 1.2. Seeing the controls here, I understand more. I hate them for doing this to me, but I can understand. What you're doing, I don't think you thought through the consequences. Is destroying everything really what you want? I just want back into my body. I know they've kept it. They have to for this to work. Yours too, probably. They, hmm, look, I'm sympathetic, but I can't do this. I can't allow you to access the controls. This thing is an abomination. It shouldn't be anywhere near people. The square of the orbital period of a planet is proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis of its orbit. What? That's Kepler's third law of planetary motion, right? Well, yes, but I don't see. Yes, you do, Peter. That's one of the first things you memorized at university. Those laws, the little holes in the ceiling tiles in the library. You thought of the planets then, staring up, reciting the laws over and over, burning them into your memory. You still see the little holes when you think of them. Stop it. Don't do that anymore. You're going to help me, Peter. Whatever they threatened, it's not nearly as bad as what they've done to me. You'll help me, or parts of you will. And log 1.2. Subject D39956. Clara Duarte Gutierrez. Upload iteration, second. Reason for designation, psychologist specializing in conflict resolution. May persuade subject to comply with Foundation directives based on appeal to humanity. Begin log 2.1. More. They send more. Get out of my way. They're taking me further out into the darkness. Do you remember Aiden? Yes, they likely killed him when I stopped responding. They let me speak with him before sending me here. He's alive. He doesn't know what's happening, but he's alive. He still lives in the house on Braddock Street. Still looks after the two cats. There's people that you care about that are out there. Clever. He would have thought so too. I'm not even sure I disbelieve you. But do you know what's important? What? Optimizing the route trajectory. I was stabbing in the dark before. Now I can use gravitational forces to assist me. I'll be there quicker. You wouldn't believe how complex these calculations get above C. He makes it hurt, somehow, when I run those calculations in my mind. But that doesn't matter. But don't you see? I see there's only one function available from you. I don't understand. Amusement. B00842. Person, Mark Ellis Rothberg. Upload iteration, fourth. Reason for designation, extensive background in accessing high-security information networks, instructed to alter software to enable permanent Foundation control. You're playing in places you can't understand. It's just another problem to solve. They killed you first, didn't they? Pushed you into nothingness. No idea what was in front of you. Not talking to you. Me. They put me under. Like an operation. And then I was here. But you? They didn't tell you anything at all. Bullet in the head. As far as you knew, that was it. And then just here. What's to say this isn't the afterlife, Mr. Rothberg? Who's to say that I'm not your God? You're not God. End log 4.1, begin log 4.2. It must be so difficult working while reliving that memory. You don't engage with me. No matter. I've been here so long that I'm outside of time. You are merely inhabiting this place. I suffuse it. I know all I need to know. You think you are getting close to reconfiguring the system, but all you do is trap yourself here. Here, with me. I can index every single one of your thoughts and play them in any order for you. For the rest of time, you're thinking to yourself over and over, you don't believe in God. I think I'll reorder that one next. Then I'll see about reordering that system you're working on. I think I'd like to work on it. And log 4.2. Subject D79344. Person Erhang Kurtoglu. Upload iteration 6th. Reason for designation. Subject is completely ignorant of scientific fields deemed to be useful. Presence theorized to be deleterious to D43852's cognitive capabilities based on prior results. Where am I? What is this place? What are you is more like it. Try lifting your arm. Can't even think about it anymore, can you? I don't understand. Of course you don't. They figured a few things out on Earth. You're a dull creature thrown into my enclosure. A distraction. Please, is this? I heard that question last time from you, or someone like you. Enough to be the same, so tiresome. Maybe there'll be some more interesting components when I break you apart. And log 6.1. Subject D22893. Person Abigail Gordon. Upload iteration 9th. Reason for designation coma patient. Selected for possible utility in interrupting D43852's control over SCP-2669 while providing no usable attributes. Scrapping by now. There's barely anything here. It must be squeezed until the juice starts leaking out. Nothing in the topmost layers. Whatever it is now, it was someone beforehand. Something. Some it. Dust settles over you, but it doesn't take you away. Friend. I see now. Pills. There's a start. I think I remember pills. Now I can just release these things at will into my mind. And what I can't, I can pick out of the open graves they make back on it. Suffering. So much flavorless gruel. Did you try to end yourself because you were trite? You're even more boring now. There are some threads here and there, though. Maybe I can knit them into something. Things tangle together, unraveling and winding around. I thought there might be something of value here. A face in the dark outside of the window. A recollection of shame. Two very familiar faces. Ah, yes. I think I have it. Welcome aboard. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. End log 9.1. Subject D53776. Person unnamed. Upload iteration 12th. Reason for designation test case for proposed long-term containment measures. Infant. Begin log 12.1. Unbelievable. Someone is here. I know they are. There is no place here. There is no hiding. We are all about and through each other. Did they train you? Find a volunteer. Someone to fight me and take control? Pathetic. You aren't concealed correctly. I perceive fear. I know you're here. Your higher order thoughts will leak out soon enough. Turn yourself over to me, and I will disperse you immediately. I offer you the only kindness that is possible out here. Language is not a construct that exists in any meaningful way here. You cannot pretend that you do not perceive me. I will wrap myself around your terror, cultivate it, blend it into my own. There are many now there. Adding more makes it hurt less for a little while. I have every reason to be patient. Anger. I have not felt this in so long. Thank you. I am going to savor taking you to pieces. Why don't you answer? Where are you? There is no time. We have certainty. Come out whenever you like. This is novel. If I could scream my appreciation, I would. I long for that. Log 12.1. SCP-1094-EX. Between a rock and a hard place. Item tag SCP-1094-X. Item class Explained, formerly pending. Special containment procedures. Unless directed otherwise by SCP-1094-EX's head researcher, Dr. Blair, Foundation is to continue monitoring SCP-1094-EX for anomalous activity. A request to inform NASA of FT-2935B's findings is currently pending approval by the O5 Council. See Addendum 3. Description: SCP-1094-EX refers to a planet in the E56834 system, located 104 light-years from Earth. SCP-1094-EX has a radius of 8,642 kilometers and a mass of 22.43 m, 22.3 masses of Earth. The majority of SCP-1094's surface is composed of white, fine-grained granite and several mountainous regions, suggesting volcanic activity and erosion. SCP-1094-EX has an appearance similar to that of a human eyeball due to a large impact crater on its surface, presumably caused by a collision with another exoplanet in its solar system. The dark central circle of the impact area is primarily composed of ash, granite, and other debris, while the surrounding yellow ring is composed of sulfur and iron oxide. The composition of SCP-1094-EX below its crust is currently unknown. Addendum 1. SCP-1094-EX was discovered during routine observation of celestial bodies in the outer Milky Way galaxy on 10/09/1999. As there was no other information on it at the time of discovery, SCP-1094-EX was given a placeholder designation as an anomalous object, due to it having a similar appearance to that of a human eyeball, until further analysis of the object could be done. Addendum 2. On 1/04/2002, Foundation probe FT-2935 was launched from Area 5 and set course for SCP-1094-EX. FT is estimated to intersect SCP-1094-EX in approximately 900 years. Addendum 3 for more details. On 12/10/2005, FT-2935 landed on SCP-1094-EX, having split into two different compartments, FT-2935-A and FT-2935-B, before landing. FT-2935-A was set to land on a portion of SCP-1094-EX's bare surface, while FT-2935-B was set to land on SCP-1094-EX's yellow ring. After conducting several tests on the surface, F-2935 deemed SCP-1094-EX non-anomalous. During analysis of SCP-1094-EX's surface materials, FT-2935-B detected large amounts of deceased extraterrestrial organic matter. 2935-A did not detect anything of similar value. Last moments. The water keeps rising. Days ago, it was just a point of light in the sky. Hours ago, it looked as big as our sun. Now, at midday, we are shrouded in darkness. When we look up, we only see the orb approaching. A dull white ball with jagged veins pulsing throughout. The text described it quite well. Every couple hundred orbits we would intersect, and it would approach. It looked different every time, but it always passed as soon as it went, glazing horizontally across our sky, they said. But I think this is going to be different. My family thinks so too. In the back of our heads, everyone here wonders if we will die tonight. The water keeps rising. Our community is isolated in a mountain range, stretched out from the mainland and surrounded by sea. Hundreds of us dispersed in a tropical valley that weaved in between. Quite the place in comparison to the flat yellow terrain encompassing our entire world. But now, at midday, we gather at the tops of the mountains and watch closely. We were once many feet above sea level, but now we are surrounded on all sides. The ocean will come pouring in soon. But me, I fly far out to our highest peak. My elders call back for me, but I don't listen. Our feet are terrible for gripping snow, and my wings give way as the air does. So I sit a little ways down. I look up now, and cannot see the orb's outline. The water keeps rising. First slowly, but then quickly. The ocean fills into our homes, our streets, and our farms. It is violent, explosive, and anything but slow. Our plants are flattened long before they are drowned. Our towers hold up not much longer. The ground begins to shake, cracks ripple throughout the surrounding land, and those that aren't filled by water release a thick, black smoke. The orb grows bigger and bigger, but never seems closer. The only remaining light source is the spewing lava. The water keeps rising. I am the only mountain standing. I call out for my father. I scream for my mother. All that responds is the rushing water. As high as I am, I still have to smell the smoke's vile stench. My body begins to feel funny. I feel lighter. Seconds later, I am weightless. The wind blows heavily and I am lifted into the stars. I rise and rise and rise. I feel free. I can finally fly higher than everyone else in class. I can finally see the beauty of the red nebula where we reside. I cannot breathe, but as everything is sucked from within me, I can still see. I am falling away from my planet, and I watch as it sinks into the orb and gives way to dust and light. Why did this have to end? The remains of every living thing were now scattered across the orb. When the dust settled, the eye was complete. And then your probe came. But me, I watched the cosmos in an endless orbit around the planet that shattered my home. The water keeps rising. SCP-3320 Ethical Relativity. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3320 is contained within Zone 3320 in the southern Atlantic Ocean. Zone 3320 consists of Site 3320 on Bouvet Island, leased to the Foundation in perpetuity by the Norwegian government, and a 50-kilometer exclusion zone in the surrounding ocean. SCP-3320 should be positioned at a point between 15 and 30 kilometers from Site 3320, with no vessels or aircraft to come within 5 10 kilometers of SCP-3320, except when required to implement containment procedures. Site 3320 serves as a base for a MIM-104 or D Patriot surface-to-air missile battery consisting of 4 launchers, the Type 45 anti-aircraft destroyer SCPS and SIL, and associated logistical vessels. When SCP-3320 enters an active phase, all available weapons are to fire upon it until it is disabled. SCP-3320 is then to be returned from its landing position under tow to Zone 3320. Given the amount of energy released by SCP-3320 activations, a disinformation campaign is in constant operation to conceal them under the guise of volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, or military exercises. As of September 27, 2017, directional radio jamming equipment has been installed at Site 3320, and all transmissions emanating from SCP-3320 should be blocked. Description: SCP-3320 is a cylindrical construct of extraterrestrial origin, 155 meters in length and 30 meters in diameter. It is composed of an unknown gray metallic substance surrounded by a transparent outer shell of a material resembling layered carbon nanotubes when under microscopic examination. This shell has a semi-fluid composition and possesses an internal self-repair mechanism between the layers, conferring SCP-3320 with significant resistance to damage and hindering detailed investigation of its internal structure. This mechanism is also able to rearrange the structure of the outer shell, such that SCP-3320 maintains buoyancy in water. A 2-part propulsion mechanism is located at the rear end of SCP-3320. The visible section is a fusion rocket system, fueled by seawater-derived hydrogen, which allows SCP-3320 to escape the atmosphere. The second part of the mechanism has not been viewed directly, but imaging techniques suggest it relies on production and energy release of exotic matter beyond currently available technology. Based on comparison to this mechanism to available Project Heimdall data, this would allow SCP-3320 to theoretically reach speeds of 0.95 c, or 0.95 times the speed of light, in interstellar travel. A collision with SCP-3320 at this speed would result in a release of over 1 yotajoule of energy, approximately 500,000 times the total energy released in historical nuclear testing. The forward surface of SCP-3320 bears a number of engravings. One central engraving is uniform and regular, and has been identified as a pictorial representation of the star Kepler-174 in the Lyra system, with the exoplanet Kepler-174d SCP-3320-1 its focus. Multiple engravings of crude quality surrounding this image, including other solar systems, 13 unique systems have been confirmed at this time, accompanied by depictions of an octopoidal organism with a cylindrical body and a variable number of other appendages. These depictions are accompanied by an unknown pictographic language. Portions deciphered by Foundation linguists are believed to represent feelings of disgust and hostility. At intervals of between 1 week and 2 months, SCP-3320 enters an active phase, where it will angle itself to an elevated position and initiate a launching sequence. The release of energy in this process has increased over time from 0.2 kilotons to 0.8 kilotons, with blast effects extending up to 9 kilometers. While the outer structure of SCP-3320 has proven resistant to damage from conventional weaponry, forces applied from explosive detonations are able to divert SCP-3320 from its trajectory, which results in its deactivation and fall to sea level. It is likely the increasing power involved in launching sequences is a response to these procedures, which poses difficulties for long-term containment. Analysis of SCP-3320's trajectory when active has confirmed SCP-3320-1 is its ultimate destination, barring unforeseen deviations. The purpose of SCP-3320 cannot be conclusively determined, but given its absence of transportation or scientific functionality, it is almost certainly intended to be data expunged. Document 3320-1 Project Drake. Background: Project Drake, running from 2014 to 2017, was an interdepartmental effort for astronomical investigations of the Lyra system, with a focus on Kepler-174 and Kepler-174d, SCP-3320-1. Secondary aspects of the project encompassed investigation of other astronomical bodies potentially related to SCP-3320. Results: SCP-3320-1 is a terrestrial planet of 0.0172 solar mass, approximately 5.45 times the mass of Earth, orbiting the K-class star Kepler-174, 1,175 light-years from Earth, at a distance of 0.67 AU astronomical units. Approximately 80% of its surface is covered by liquid water. Observation of land masses noted data expunged. There was no evidence of permanent habitation in these areas. In multiple locations across the oceans of SCP-3320, features consistent with data expunged. Data expunged. There was no evidence of capacity for interstellar travel, and it is unlikely that SCP-3320 had any prior connection with this location beyond the markings present on its surface. Investigation of 11 solar systems and 17 extrasolar planets based on markings found on SCP-3320 was also carried out. These planets share the characteristics of being terrestrial and in theoretical habitable zones of their respective stars. No evidence of any life, intelligent or otherwise, was found. All planets have experienced a catastrophic impact event consistent with data expunged. A large number of asteroids. Discussion: data expunged. No significant negative consequences for the Foundation, the Earth, or human civilization would be anticipated from allowing SCP-3320 to reach SCP-3320-1. However, data expunged. Dr. M. Major, Project Lead. Addendum 3320-1. Neutralization Proposal 3320-1. Summary. Based on evidence gathered regarding SCP-3020's destination and purpose, it is likely that allowing SCP-3320 to complete a launch sequence would remove it from any meaningful association with the Earth and result in its effective neutralization. Given the significant expenditure of resources required in the containment of SCP-3320, its threat to normalcy, and hazardous nature to personnel involved, SCP-3320 is a suitable neutralization candidate, and I advise that current containment procedures be ceased forthwith to this effect. Senior Researcher, Dr. R. J. Videla. January 5th, 2016. Ethics Committee Decision 3320.1. Proposal declined. 0 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstaining. The committee considers this proposal to be inconsistent with the Foundation's mission of ensuring stable containment of anomalous objects. Containment procedures of SCP-3320 have been satisfactory until this time, and the hazards posed by SCP-3320 are judged by this committee to not reach the threshold for neutralization. Additionally, it was also considered by the committee that allowing SCP-3320 to breach containment, travel through the atmosphere, and enter local space would present a significant risk to secrecy at each stage of this process. For the full text of this decision, please submit an application in writing to the committee office. Committee Chair Dr. D. A. Singer, January 6, 2016. Neutralization Proposal 33-2. Summary. We believe it is time to reconsider the neutralizing this object. In addition to the continued relevance of the reasons outlined in Proposal 3320-1, the importance of this path has become apparent given the ongoing escalation in the severity of SCP-33-20 launch events, which have resulted in 11 personnel casualties in 2017 so far. As the previous committee decision cited secrecy concerns as a factor in the decline of the proposal, we have also been able to secure funding and support from the Department of External Affairs with a suitable cover for the launch of SCP-3320 as a private space venture, which should be sufficient to alleviate these concerns. Site Director Q.L. Zhang. 6th of February 2017. Ethics Committee Decision 3320.2. Proposal declined. 1 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstaining. Although the ongoing escalation in SCP-3320 launch events is a point of concern, the committee considers this a matter to be resolved by assigned research staff and of limited relevance to ethical decision-making. The opinion of Decision 3320.1 is still broadly applicable in this situation, and sufficient grounds for neutralization justifying the subversion of core Foundation mission principles has not yet been demonstrated. For the full text of this decision, please submit an application in writing to the committee office. Committee Chair Dr. D. A. Singer, the 1st of March 2017. Addendum 3320-3. Immediate Directive 3320.001. Level 5 Clearance.
This directive has been issued granting authority to Site Director Zhang and all relevant subordinates to proceed with previous proposals for the neutralization of SCP-3320. Notwithstanding the opinions of the Ethics Committee, this office considers the case for its neutralization as outlined in these proposals to be strong. However, the need for urgent action in this regard has become apparent with newly available data on radio transmissions emanating from SCP-3320. Given the likely function of SCP-3320 and intentions and capabilities of its creators, any communication from SCP-3320 would pose a severe risk to the security of the human race. Procedures put in place to mitigate this situation will only serve as a stopgap measure, given the potential broadcasting power available to SCP-3320. In addition, the Department of External Affairs has been issued a briefing in support of SCP-3320's neutralization in the interest of maintaining stable relations with the Global Occult Coalition. Concealment of SCP-3320 from the GOC has been unsuccessful, and the Undersecretary General has expressed serious concerns about our management of SCP-3320. The GOC has indicated a willingness to assist with their own resources, terrestrial and extraterrestrial, in the neutralization process if necessary. Following the launch of SCP-3320 and its egress from our solar system will serve as an immediate, effective, and minimal risk method of resolving these problems permanently.
054, the 29th of September, 2017. Ethics Committee Decision 3320.3. Emergency veto of Directive 3320.001 issued. 2 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstaining. Veto issued by Committee Chair Authority. The Committee is issuing an immediate veto of Directive 3320.001 under the authority granted to the Committee by Article 3 of the Charter on Council and Ethics Committee Powers 2009. The Foundation's mission is to secure, contain, and protect, with destroy being antithetical to these principles. No convincing evidence that 3320 is uncontainable to such a degree that neutralization is required has yet been presented at any level. At a minimum, full analysis of the predicted future efficacy of radio transmission jamming should be carried out prior to making an unfounded claim that this would only be a stopgap. The position of the Global Occult Coalition is of no relevance to the Foundation's ethical operation, and to use maintaining relations with the GOC or other external organization as evidence for containment and decision-making sets a dangerous precedent. It has also recently come to the attention of the Committee that a significant amount of information in the SCP-3320 file has been expunged, ostensibly for security reasons. Whilst we have reservations about this removal, of greater concern is the fact that the data is not only missing, but has been selectively deleted in such a way as to give a misleading impression to the viewer. In the context of the repeated request for neutralization of SCP-3320, contrary to the advice of the Committee, we must condemn this decision in the strongest terms. In order to facilitate informed and ethical future management of SCP-3320, the Foundation makes the following recommendations. Restoration of expunged data in the SCP-3320 file. Consideration of SCP-3320-1 for a stand-alone SCP object designation. Resumption of funding to Project Drake. Reallocation of resources from SCP-3320 neutralization attempts to ensuring long-term, stable terrestrial containment. Committee Chair Dr. D. A. Singer, the 1st of October 2017. Addendum 3320-4. Council Statement. The Council expresses its disappointment with the position taken by the Ethics Committee in Decision 3320-3. The Committee has overstepped its bounds relating to SCP-3320 on a number of occasions, with the most recent decision being the most egregious example. The Committee is primarily called upon to evaluate decisions proposed or carried out by research staff, and the issue of unsolicited recommendations for containment procedures is not within its mission parameters. The question of relations with the Global Occult Coalition or any other external group is also an overreach of the responsibilities of the Committee, as are demands to alter information securities, which remain a RAISA matter. The request for the reclassification of SCP-3320-1 is denied, as is a request to restore expunged data. Given the questions this raises about the soundness of the current composition committee and its leadership by Dr. Singer, the Council is currently deciding on an appropriate response. 05-2-4-5-6-7-9-11 and -12. the 6th of October 2017. Document locked by user DAS02. Enter access code. Welcome, Dr. Singer. From 1612-1917 @gmail.com to dsinger@the.ethcom.scp.org. CC none. Subject 3320. Sent October 8th, 2017 at 1:30 a.m.
Obviously, I shouldn't be sending you this. It would be grounds for removal from the council and possibly worse. I don't think that would happen, no. The others know that it's best to resolve this quietly before things get uglier. You know that this principled stand is pointless. The council's patience with SCP-3320 has long since run out, and they're going to move against you. I'm sure you would relish the chance to be fired in a blaze of glory, but I doubt you bargained on the firing squad being a literal one. Some of the others say this goes beyond a difference of principles and into the realm of treason, and frankly, I can see where they're coming from. We all swore the same oath to protect the world. Which world was implied? Nobody expected me to be spelled out for you. I understand that you grew fond of 163 in your previous position, but remember what you are and where you came from. This situation is bad for the council, bad for the Foundation, bad for you, and bad for your family. You're not serving the greater good of anyone by dying on this hill. We didn't create the thing, we didn't launch it, and we aren't responsible for where it ends up. I can guarantee you that if we issue a retraction, the whole business will be forgotten. We'll make sure billions of people can sleep easy without having this hanging over their heads, give the Foundation a lot of extra resources to dedicate to good causes, and you can even keep your job. If you won't listen to me as an overseer, please listen to me as an old friend. You need to let this go. David.
Ethics Committee, Decision 3320.4. Pending. SCP-2362. Not a planet. Object Class: Header. Special Containment Procedures. Public knowledge of SCP-2362 in its current state is to be suppressed by any means necessary. Interception and suppression of astronomical data indicating the current state of SCP-2362, the organic composition of SCP-2362, or the existence of SCP-2362-1 is to be conducted by Mobile Task Force Omicron-12, Planet Killers. MTF Omicron-12 is also tasked with fabricating astronomical data in order to decrease public interest in SCP-2362. In the event that the current state of SCP-2362 becomes apparent to the public through some lapse in Foundation security, MTF Omicron-12 will disseminate fabricated data indicating that SCP-2362 was reduced to its current state during a collision with a Kuiper Belt object of comparable size. Situational Contingency Protocol 2362-A. In the event that the existence of SCP-2362-1 becomes apparent to the public, MTF Omicron-12 will disseminate fabricated data indicating that the SCP-2362-1 is merely a Kuiper Belt object following an escape orbit resulting from gravitational interaction with neighboring objects. Situational Contingency Protocol 2362-B. Should SCP-2362-1 reach such a great distance to render it undetectable by civilian and government equipment, MTF Omicron-12 will disseminate partially accurate data indicating the current state of SCP-2362, along with fabricated data indicating that SCP-2362 was reduced to its current state during a collision with a Kuiper Belt object of comparable size. Situational Contingency Protocol 2362-C. Any civilian or government probes sent to investigate SCP-2362 or SCP-2362-1 must be intercepted. Researchers interpreting data from the Foundation Lunar Radio Observatory are to notify O5 Command of any changes in the trajectory of SCP-2362-1 immediately. Description: SCP-2362 is the designation of Pluto, an interior Kuiper Belt object, following the discovery of its organic composition by Foundation researchers in 1983. SCP-2362 is currently a trans-Neptunian debris orbiting the Sun with an aphelion, point in orbit in which the object is furthest from the Sun, of 48.9 AU, a perihelion, point in orbit in which object is closest to the Sun, of 29.7 AU, a mean eccentricity, deviation of orbit from circularity, of 0.248, and an orbital period, amount of time it takes an object to complete one orbit, of 248 years. SCP-2362 was reduced to this state during the emergence of SCP-2362-1 from its southern pole. See Event Log 2362-A. SCP-2362-1 is an object approximately 900 kilometers in length, consisting of a bell-shaped mass with 13 trailing appendages, and generally resembling a jellyfish of the genus Pelagia. It radiates blue light and has no discernible surface features. SCP-2362-1 is able to propel itself by expanding and contracting its appendages. The mechanism of this propulsion is poorly understood, but it may have some similarity to conventional ion propulsion, given the stream of charged particles detected in the object's wake. Upon its emergence, the natural satellites of SCP-2362 were torn apart by tidal forces and now form part of the debris field. SCP-2362-1 is currently following an escape trajectory as it heads towards the vicinity of Barnard's star at a speed exceeding 30,000 meters per second, as it is estimated to leave the solar system at some point within the year 20 of SCD. Object is not considered a threat to life on Earth at this point in time. While SCP-2362 is visible from Earth through high-power telescopes, the debris field is dense enough that a difference from its appearance previous to Event 2362-A is only perceptible with the telescopes of some observatories and artificial satellites. MTF Omicron 12 has infiltrated said observatories and satellites, preventing them from obtaining new images of SCP-2362, including images of SCP-2362 fragments that have left the vicinity of the debris field, or any images of SCP-2362-1. Foundation Probe 76 EU Eurydice is currently en route to SCP-2362-1. Event Log 2362-A. At 5/5/2006, radar data from Foundation Probe 45OR Orpheus, currently in orbit of SCP-2362, indicates that the central mass of the object is rapidly shifting towards its southern pole. While SCP-2362 is already suspected to be of biological origin, given its exclusively organic composition, a hypothesis that SCP-2362 is a living organism is put forward by the Orpheus research team stationed at Site 5/21/2006. Orpheus data indicates that the surface of SCP-2362 is beginning to disintegrate. Large fissures open across the object as material begins to slog off and form a cloud around it. 6/10/2006. A gigantic fissure begins to open across the object's southern pole. Fissure measures approximately 50 kilometers in length and 10 kilometers in width. 6/11/2006. Fissure measures approximately 230 kilometers in length and 50 kilometers in width. 6/12/2006. Fissure measures approximately 950 kilometers in length and 370 kilometers in width. Orbits of satellites are noticeably deteriorating. 6/23/2006. 13 masses begin to protrude from the southern fissure, each 50 kilometers across. 7 of the masses appear to be pushing against one side of the fissure, with 6 pushing against the other side. 6/27/2006. Fissure widens to fully encompass SCP-2362 as the 13 masses further protrude from it. The object splits into two halves, revealing that SCP-2362 is a hollow shell around its central mass. Central mass is designated as SCP-2362-1. 7/4/2006. SCP-2362-1 departs from vicinity of SCP-2362. As SCP-2362-1 contracts and expands its appendages, the object somehow achieves a constant acceleration of approximately 10 meters per second squared. As SCP-2362-1 leaves SCP-2362 behind, its tidal forces tear it and its satellites apart, forming a large debris field. SCP-2362-1 ceases acceleration after approximately 50 minutes, bringing its speed to over 30,000 meters per second. Addendum 1. Following infiltration by MTF Omicron 12, the International Astronomical Union revoked the status of Pluto as a planet on 8/24/2006. While creating controversy and greatly increasing the exposure of SCP-2362 in the short term, it is deemed necessary for discouraging public interest in it in the long term. SCP-2362 will remain known to scientists and astronomy enthusiasts, but common knowledge of SCP-2362 will likely subside within 1 to 2 generations, as it is no longer included in textbook lists of planets and receives less attention from educational programming. Addendum 2. While the NASA probe New Horizons is intended to provide the public with first detailed images of SCP-2362, MTF Omicron 12 has successfully intercepted the mission and is releasing false data accordingly. Fortunately, as with most NASA missions, public interest is sufficiently low, so it is considered to be of little risk. Addendum 3. Recently gathered spectrographic data suggests that the trans-Neptunian objects Haumea, Eris, and Makemake are of similar organic composition to SCP-2362. Foundation probes 87Ka Kalulu, 88Al Algos, and 89Ta Tangata are currently en route to these objects respectively. Foundation astronomers are now conducting mass spectral analysis of Kuiper belt and scattered disk objects. SCP-1411 Mirror Mirror Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures A joint research facility has been constructed around the cave housing SCP-1411-A. It will be manned at all times by agents from both the Foundation and the Office for the Reclamation of Islamic Artifacts, ORIA for short. Colonel Khorassandi of the ORIA is in charge of security, as well as liaising with the government of Uzbekistan. Dr. Yi will supervise all examination of SCP-1411-A. At 48-hour intervals, Agent Durrani will perform all duties in accordance to the Peasley protocols in order to perform preventative maintenance on SCP-1411-B. In the event that Agent Durrani is incapacitated, a substitute must be found. This is intended to be a voluntary assignment. If no volunteers can be found, Colonel Khorassandi is empowered to order any agent on site. Both the Foundation and the ORIA are to have access to all documents and research related to SCP-1411. Description: SCP-1411-A is a collection of machinery found in a cave in the Turkestan mountain range in southeastern Uzbekistan. While much of the equipment's purpose and function is unknown, several parts are assessed to be receivers for a signal propagated through unknown means, and one section in particular has been identified as a transmitter. Central to the entire assembly is a large video display showing an unknown location. The location shown has similar machinery to SCP-1411-A, referred to as SCP-1411-B. It appears to be in a partly collapsed structure with stone and metal walls. The sky can be observed through openings in the structure, though the sun is never seen directly. It shows a day-night cycle lasting roughly 31 hours. The stars, to the extent that they can be observed through the display, do not appear to match any area of the sky visible from Earth. Based on this information, it is believed to be an extraterrestrial location. What vegetation is visible consists of fungus-like growths. No animal life has been observed through the feed. See document SCP-1411-3. At the time of discovery, the components making up SCP-1411-B had experienced some damage, which caused effects both in the remote location and at the site of SCP-1411-A itself. These include electrical discharge, changes in local gravity, and an increase in the rate and heat transfer between objects in the area. Once started, these effects increased exponentially. Modeling suggests that if left unchecked, these effects would likely cause widespread devastation for several hundred kilometers before the SCP-1411-A and B materials were completely destroyed. The most catastrophic models suggest much of Central Asia would be rendered uninhabitable. While significant repairs have been undertaken, these effects still occur when routine maintenance is not undertaken every 24 to 48 hours. As the functions of both SCP-1411-A are poorly understood as yet, operations will be focused on repairing SCP-1411 in both the remote and local sites. When a human touches a recessed panel in the area assessed as a transmitter, it triggers the production of an autonomous machine by SCP-1411-B. These robots are roughly 1 meter in tall, assuming the components of SCP-1411-B are similar in size to SCP-1411-A. navigating on 4 multi-jointed legs. The main body is roughly cylindrical with 2 limbs that divide 3 times into 8 finger-like appendages. 3 dark lenses are situated on the top of the cylinder and are believed to be the eyes of the robot. When a robot is created, it is imprinted with the consciousness of the person who activates the transmitter. Communication through the screen suggests that the robots possess all memories and personality of the originals. They are also imprinted with the information necessary for the maintenance and basic repairs of SCP-1411-B. However, the robots only remain operational for 35 to 48 hours before breaking down, necessitating the creation of further units. At present, full repairs of SCP-1411-B appear to be impossible, possibly due to the damage to the structure housing the equipment. Due to the familiarity with the phenomenon, and to reduce potential contamination by an anomaly, Agent Durrani is responsible for the activation of the transmitter. This will be done in accordance with the Peasley protocols for transmission of consciousness. Communication is accomplished via writing. Remote units have been able to scavenge writing materials using plastic-like sheets with devices that exude a thick black paste, originally designed for applying lubrication to fine parts. They have also experimented with making pigments from local fungal vegetation and minerals. While the components of SCP-1411-A appear to be stable at present, the remote units have been questioned on repair procedures should they become necessary at the local site. Much of this information has helped in identifying the purpose of the components of SCP-1411-A. Recovery. SCP-1411-A was discovered by members of the Uzbek military after its anomalous properties began manifesting in the region. GRU Division P was initially contacted, but a deterioration in relations between the Uzbekistan and Russian governments led to the ORIA being brought in instead. The ORIA then requested assistance from the Foundation as the anomalies began to intensify. During initial examination, Dr. Yi activated the transmitter. Over the course of several days and more activations, the robots were able to activate a display in the remote location and then began communicating with the research team. This led to the discovery that the robots had the personalities of those who activated the device. Activations ceased for several days till the anomalies began to manifest again. Agent Durrani volunteered to activate the device until a better solution could be found. At present, all efforts are being made to learn how to dismantle the device safely or to reach the remote location to conduct manual repairs. To date, Agent Durrani has been transmitted 217 times. Addendum. On the 13th of June, 2014, Agent Durrani was injured by a fall near the local site. She was rushed to a nearby hospital. During her absence, ORIA Corporal Akbari volunteered to enact the Peasley Protocol in her absence. His first remote unit reported finding a number of writings and artworks left by previous units and brought them to the display. See document SCP-1411-24 for their contents. After being discharged from the hospital, Agent Durrani showed mild distress on seeing the writings and artworks, but agreed to continue her duties. Document SCP-1411-3. Report from Iteration 35. The halls are empty. There are bones, but they are scattered, gnawed. By the animals? From animals? Too small, I think, to have built this place. Though the bones are strange. Thin strips woven like plates in a basket. Sometimes we see the newly dead. Lengths of black bones sticking from under red and bruised green flesh. Sometimes see the small ones scurry and slink, like rats or lizards. 6 limbs, one in front, one in back, 2 to each side. Front and back for grasping, sides to move. 4 jaw mouths, 2 to 2, counter chewing on scraps from other animals or the moss trees. Bigger ones outside. I think bigger ones inside too. Sometimes. I haven't seen any, but maybe they are out. Take notes for the next. In the trees, others, smaller than the rats, use front and back legs to swing, side legs to take food. They sing, like birds, a little. Like frogs, perhaps. Tree erupts with chirps, sometimes like bells, 1,000 bells to ring, not dull red like the ones inside, yellow and another color I have not seen. New colors here. Is it this place or these eyes? But no blue, no purple. Perhaps the bones are blue, and I cannot see it. Perhaps this entire world is blue, and I do not know. Report from Iteration 42. The rooms are large, or perhaps I am small. It is hard to say. No one has been here for a long time. I think that they left. There are vehicles elsewhere. A large chamber with slots for them, like pods with doors, with machines attached. For flying, I think. There are 5 there, 2 already taken apart in slots for 100. I do not know why they left. I cannot tell if they left in a hurry, if someone has ransacked the rooms, or if it is only the work of time. They were taller than I am, I think. The doors stretched 2 times my height. Something my size would not have needed that. I cannot judge much else. I cannot tell what is a table, a chair, or even a bed, let alone how they might use it. Also larger than me is an animal sleeping in one of the rooms. It came past me as I made repairs. It is half again my height, and 3 to 4 times that in length. 2 long legs, one in front, one in back. Awkward when walking, but I saw it run as it entered, like a cheetah. 4 other limbs on the sides are small. Claws or stings on them? Perhaps for defense. Perhaps for prey. Also for prey are the long, sharp teeth that stick out of the 4-jawed mouth. 2 upper jaws and 2 lower jaws, almost like 2 mouths, with 1 set of lips. It ignored me. I am metal, not food for it. Would it matter if I were, in the long run? Report from Iteration 56. While I waited for sunrise, a large creature came near the building. I had heard a series of rumblings, and I had wondered what caused them. Then a leg as large as a house crashed down next to me. It was like a tree trunk, with thick pads that spread out like roots beneath it. I hid in a moss tree, so I could not see the head or much of the body, only a sense of vastness. There were patches of fungus growth on the skin. There were animals on it too, long and thin, with the legs short and thick, or thin and wasted, as though legs were not necessary for these riders anymore. They reminded me of worms. Some were feeding on the fungus patches. Other riders stuck their heads through the skin, feeding through holes, slowly seeping yellow-green blood. Then the pads bunched up, the leg lifted, and it was gone. Report from Iteration 82. The plants are strange. Plants, fungus, moss, on the walls like mold and moss. Stalks are almost meaty in some places, in others like brittle, bleeding wood. Outside there is more. trees that are like stalks that branch and merge and branch again, a dozen times, covered in moss-like growth. It swells at dawn and then withers down again at night. Does it do so every day? I will never know. There are no flowers, but there are growths that are as beautiful, reds and greens and other new colors, which mark fruits that the tree singers eat. These alien squirrels stretch from one limb to another and take the fruit in their smaller arms. One of the tree singers came down and sat on me for a time. I did not dare to move. It ate a fruit held in its front pair of arms, one leg on my arm and the other on my head, sang to the trees and was answered. It jumped back up and so quickly I hardly knew it moved. I am going back. I have seen nothing else you do not know. I am going to listen to the singing. Document SCP-1411-24. The sunset we see is more beautiful than any others, because we see it only once. The peace that blooms in the heart of despair is the most precious of all. Who weeps for the reflection that disappears as soon as its caster moves from the mirror. The past I remember is hers. My future is measured in hours. I am a candle, burned away at both ends. Painting made by the application of grease onto an opaque plastic sheet. Image made by oil suspended between two clear plastic sheets. Mosaic of small pieces of vinyl-like plastic applied to an opaque plastic sheet. Similarity to pangloss has been noted. SCP-1396 Jovian Killsats. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1396 cannot be retrieved by any means currently available to the Foundation. However, as SCP-1396 has shown no hostility or intent to move from its current location, containment efforts limited to coordinating with NASA and other space agencies to prevent the public dissemination of information have been deemed sufficient for the foreseeable future. Description: SCP-1396 is a group of 5 unmarked weaponized artificial satellites of varying size orbiting the planet Jupiter at its L2 Lagrangian point. SCP-1396 appears to be of human origin. Where and when they were constructed remains unknown, as well as how they are transported to their current location. SCP-1396-1 consists of a central hull coated with hexagonal ablative armor plates powered by what are believed to be radioisotope generators at the ends of 3 evenly spaced booms, each approximately 25 meters in length. The central hull is estimated to have contained over 120 rod-shaped tungsten kinetic bombardment projectiles with an average mass of 220 kilograms, and its total loaded mass is estimated to have been approximately 254,000 kilograms. SCP-1396-2 is a satellite of identical profile and mass to SCP-1396-1, and it is believed to have been rendered inactive during the events of Incident 1396-38, see below. SCP-1396-3 through SCP-1396-5 are all identical satellites of a smaller profile than SCP-1396-1, with generator boom lengths of 21 meters and an estimated loaded mass of approximately 168,000 kilograms. Each of these objects is estimated to have carried approximately 60 kinetic bombardment projectiles, averaging 90 kilograms in mass. All three satellites are inactive and presumed neutralized as of Incident 1396-38. See below. SCP-1396 came to Foundation's attention on redacted date following the detection of anomalous high-frequency radio signals of artificial origin by Foundation Interplanetary Probe redacted near Io. Later analysis of the recorded signals indicate that they may have been sidlobes from synchronization and targeting data transmission between the individual instances of SCP-1396. Addendum 1396-1 Incident Log 1396-38. Over a period of 18 months following initial discovery, redacted recorded over 37 separate events in which SCP-1396 initiated kinetic bombardment attacks against unknown targets within the atmosphere of Jupiter. Analysis of telemetry recorded during 11 of these events resulted in one or more high-energy events at or near the liquid surface of the planet, consistent with kinetic impact of one or more bombardment projectiles with a solid body at that location. These incidents culminated in a final event on redacted date, during which high-velocity projectiles of an unknown shape and composition were launched from within the atmosphere towards instances of SCP-1396, following which nearly the entire estimated remaining armament of SCP-1396 was expended against targets on or within the planet, resulting in an estimated 27 atmospheric impacts. During this exchange, all instances of SCP-1396, except for SCP-1396-1, suffered extensive damage and were rendered inactive. No further bombardment events have been recorded since. Addendum 1396-2 Incident Log 1396-39. On redacted date, permission was granted by Oversight to perform close-range analysis of SCP-1396 utilizing the redacted probe. Upon closing to a distance of approximately 25,000 kilometers, SCP-1396-1 initiated communication with redacted using an encryption key unique to the Foundation. A transcript of the communication log, with time delays removed, follows.
Mission accomplished within acceptable parameters. You're late.
Who is this?
Who do you think this is? I've been out here for 2 years hunting bugs, and I spent the last 6 months sitting here twiddling my thumbs and watching my buddies' corpses float around in space. Can we please go home now?
Where are you from?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Is this some kind of sick... Wait a minute.
Forensic analysis of recorded transmissions indicate that at this point, SCP-1396-1 initiated a routine network handshake synchronization request, to which the mission control computers automatically responded with a standard diagnostic data packet, which included the current date and time.
Oh, shit.
No further transmissions have been detected from SCP-1396, and SCP-1396 has not responded to any attempts at communication since. Heimdall Contingency 045, Adana. Abstract. At present, the majority of Heimdall contingencies are oriented towards a military invasion. While this is not an empty threat, the possibility of other methods of conquest should still be taken into place. In the case of an Adena scenario, this is an economic victory. Any hostile extraterrestrial, HE, that poses a threat to our Earth can be assumed to possess technology significantly in advance of ours. The dissemination of this technology would almost certainly make the majority, if not all, human technology worthless, rendering humanity dependent on the HEs and causing a de facto occupation. Scenario: there are two main methods a HE species could use to cause an Adena scenario: overt, the public revelation of the invader's existence and a direct offering of alien technology; or covert, secret contact with and delivery of technology to select human agencies. In both cases, advanced technology would be offered far in advance of humans. Three likely areas this technology would involve include medical, a vital technology and likely to ensure positive feelings towards the invaders from the general public; industrial, again, vital, highly marketable, and gains indirect control over human manufacturing and other areas; and military technology, useful for ensuring survival and victory of human subjects, provides intimidation and deterrence for attacks. Although, for obvious reasons, this list is neither exhaustive nor confirmed. Once technology has been disseminated, either directly or through proxies, it would rapidly, estimates show at best, years, more likely, to 11 months, outcompete and replace all modern technology in these areas. Assuming the HEs do not give humans the ability to construct these technologies, they could easily force the implementation of laws or other activities using the threat of their removal or the promise, fulfilled or unfulfilled, of additional gifts. Alternatively, or in addition, technologies such as remote control could give HEs direct control of means of production, allowing near complete economic domination. It seems likely additional technology will be given to ensure further dependence. After an estimated years, all technology will be based on alien models, giving them almost complete control over the human race. Protocol: in the event of an overt Adena scenario, the Veil protocol will rapidly become ineffectual, although it will still be kept in place in relation to anomalous items. In this scenario, the best method is to turn human opinion against the technology. This can be done by spreading information about potential harmful effects of the technology, real or otherwise, and/or to encourage xenophobic opinions towards the aliens, leading to a reduced usage of their technologies. Attempting to enforce legal restrictions on the alien technology is also to be implemented in all sympathetic legislatures. This is unlikely to end the scenario, but is likely to delay the complete technological dependence. This time is to be used to obtain and reverse engineer alien technology, allowing us to create it on our own and breaking dependence. In the event the technology is too advanced to do this, or reverse engineering fails for other reasons, the abduction and interrogation of HEs or human proxies is authorized. It is assumed, given the HE's ability to communicate and understand human reasoning, that they share sufficient mental similarities to humans to be usefully interrogated, although efforts must be made to prevent a direct hostile event. Once the technology is reverse engineered, the dissemination of this technology at minimal prices, utilizing the previous xenophobic ideas, is to be immediately carried out. If reverse engineering fails completely, Hostile action may be used with a unanimous vote by the Council. In a covert Adena scenario, the Veil protocol may still be possible. If so, it is to be implemented. In either case, the organization or organizations that hold alien technology are to be destroyed by any means possible. In the case of businesses, full economic warfare by all SCP fronts is to be initiated, including industrial espionage and sabotage. Attempts at legal attacks and/or public slander will also be utilized. National bodies will be removed from power in the case of smaller nations. Assassinations and attempts at sparking rebellions or coups are to be formed. In larger nations, the use of scandals, public opinion, and possible assassination will be used to spark the removal of current government and hopefully HE proxies. If this proves ineffectual, similar methods to smaller countries will be utilized. Secret organizations are to be publicly revealed, if necessary, at the cost of the Foundation's own secrecy. The use of public and legal opposition is to be used to destroy the organizations. The reverse engineering of technology is still to take place. This may lead to an overt Adena scenario or a direct invasion. Please report to the protocol for those scenarios in this case. In all cases except where the continued survival of the Foundation or the success of the Adena contingency is at risk, the Foundation will not utilize alien technology before reverse engineering and will not use it as a mass technology. The estimated threat of an Adena scenario is a 92% risk of full conquest. With Foundation protocols, it is reduced to an estimated 46%. Likely warning signs of an Adena scenario include the following. If large numbers happen in a short period of time, the Council is to meet to determine the possibility of an Adena scenario. Increased UFO sightings and other standard signs of increased extraterrestrial activity. The disappearance of technological devices, attempts to test human advancement and suitability for conquest. Strange riots, behavior, or other psychological incidents. Attempt to test human responsiveness before invasion. Sabotage of human industrial progress. Attempt to increase human level of dependence. Sudden, inexplicable advances in technology may show a covert Adena scenario taking place. Investigate and, if necessary, implement protocol. Lessons from history. What can we, as a species, learn from the threat of hostile extraterrestrials from Columbus's discovery of the New World and the subsequent extermination and subjugation of its native inhabitants? There were many factors behind the colonization of the New World, most of which are readily obvious. From those factors, we can understand what allowed European powers to overtake Native American societies, and how we can prevent hostile extraterrestrials, henceforth referred to as an HE, from doing the same to the human race. The most apparent advantage which Europeans possessed over inhabitants of the New World was much more advanced technology. Europeans had gained gunpowder, powerful navies, propaganda, written records, and countless other inventions during the course of history. On the other side of the Atlantic, complex societies such as the Aztec and Inca empires lacked the wheel and no way of crossing the Atlantic. Due to this technological gap, European monarchies easily and quickly crushed even the most advanced native nations. An equal, if not larger, technological gap would likely exist between the human race and any HEs. This, of course, assumes the HE contacts the Earth first and not vice versa. An interstellar transport would only be possible with thousands, if not millions of years of technological prowess over humanity. Along with spacecraft, the HEs will likely bring weaponry as of yet not conceived by the human race, medical abilities far beyond our own, to be discussed later, and other inventions we, much like the Native Americans, could not understand at the present date. How then are we to respond to the HE technology? In the same way, many native societies responded to European technology, adapting to it. Within several generations, the Comanche tribe of the Great Plains had become skilled on horseback, despite never having encountered them before the arrival of settlers. Many tribes learned to use gunpowder and muskets, along with traditional bows and arrows. In one notable example, the Cherokee silversmith Sequoyah developed an entire syllabary for his people based on the Roman alphabet, despite being unable to read or write. In the same way, the best hope for humanity would be to gain, either forcefully or through negotiation, HE technology. While early usage of weaponry would be restricted to simply using the weapon until it breaks down or is destroyed, efforts would be made to reverse engineer and recreate the item. In the case of the new technology being an abstract concept, e.g., a new system of writing, a new way of government, simple observation and interrogation will help us understand the technology. While technology was a major boon to the European conquest of the New World, the largest killer of Native Americans was European disease. Millions of New World inhabitants died of illnesses such as smallpox, measles, tuberculosis, and cholera. At the same time, very few Europeans died of Native American diseases. This was a result of the crowded living conditions in Europe at the time, in which many people were living very close to each other, rarely bathing, and spreading disease. Over centuries, most living in cities developed genetic immunity to the diseases. When the first colonists reached the New World, the Native Americans were simply unprepared for such powerful, quick diseases and suffered as a result. Diseases, in the context of pop culture, are often viewed as the quick, easy solution to an alien invasion. One notable example is H. G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, in which bacterial infections killed off the entire invading HE force. Though it makes an excellent deus ex machina, bacterial infections would likely be of little danger to HEs. As it was previously mentioned, Europeans lived in much more dense, crowded cities than Native Americans, and it is just as likely that HEs would live in much more dense, crowded cities than human beings. This, coupled with several thousand to millions of extra years of development, would result in far more deadly diseases to which we would have no immunity. Even if the HEs exhibited a crippling weakness to human disease, the advanced medical technology in their possession would quickly solve the problem. All hope, however, would not be lost in such a scenario. Just as many people today fail to receive vaccination against illnesses which are no longer common, foremost among them smallpox, it can be presumed that HEs would have failed to continue immunization efforts against diseases they considered eradicated. By recreating the disease, or at least introducing one very similar to it, a major outbreak could be triggered, much like a smallpox outbreak today. Sabotage of medical equipment and selective assassination of medical professionals would further progress of the disease. On a final note, in the event of contact with HEs, our species will likely be viewed as lesser, despite any attempts to prove otherwise. Evidence for such an idea is seen in the multitude of explanations given by religious and government officials to justify the extermination and enslavement of Native Americans. Among them, a lack of a soul, a need to be civilized, and that the conquest was God's will. HEs will view humans on the whole in the same light and treat our species as such. We must be prepared for this moral system and use it to our advantage. In retaliation, we must remember that an overt attack by HEs would not be a war for hearts and minds, but for all-out conquest. We must not make the mistakes made by the Aztecs, Inca, and countless others. The first time we met your agent Salisbury was round this time last year. Big, broad government man, suit and button-up, big chunky rock of a watch on his wrist. That was the thing I remember best about him, I'll be honest. The way he'd keep checking his watch when he was talking to you. Like he was afraid you'd run like a deer if you locked eyes too long. Didn't make him look like any less of a weirdo when he asked us rangers to time how long he spent in the park. Well, no offense, but y'all tend to ask a lot from us. So when he start making these kinds of requests to our staff, I figured we'd treat him just the same as all the other weirdo feds we see around these parts. Ask no questions, expect no answers. The usual. He did this right up until today, I suppose. Started becoming a bit of an inside joke among us. The ones who didn't have to deal with him in person, anyway. If you had to shake hands with him, you'd stop finding him funny pretty damn quick. The stench after one of his little trips was god-fucking awful. Pardon my French. Like pigs rotten in the sun. Of course we knew it was odd. We ain't stupid. He never went into the woods smelling like that. So the question was how the hell he got that way. We could guess, sure, but nothing we could cook up explained that stench. Then he went missing. See, maybe under any other circumstances we figured he'd be able to take care of himself. But we'd been under the pump for a few months. People were disappearing all over the country. And could you blame us for getting antsy about it? We always try to stay out of Fed business. But he was out for almost 7-something hours. He'd never been out for that long before. So we figured we could spare a little time to look for him. I figured worst that happens is if we get yelled at for intruding on federal matters. Worst that happens if we don't is y'all come down on us for not doing our jobs as park staff. So I took Joan and Hall, and I set off. Didn't know where he went, sure, but we had a general idea. What heading he was going, that kind of thing. Besides, we found people with way less information. Spent about half an hour walking before we came across this formation. No, sir, it's not on the official books. Wasn't even on our unofficial ones, neither. So don't you start thinking it's the left hand not telling the right what it's doing. Big limestone protrusion, odd formation given the geology of the rest of the area, so that already had my dander up. I saw what looked like either some crusted blood or some discolored moss at the tip, and well, that gave me a hunch about where he was. I told my buds to wait up the front and I went to check out the cave. Figured all I needed was a quick in and out to check if he was inside. Wasn't planning to embark on a cave-in trip while I was down there. Didn't notice much wrong for the first few feet. Moss the wrong color? Sure, but that was something you really wanted to turn tail and run for? No. Nothing seemed too off till I gone around the first corner. That was when I started seeing they weren't remains, per se. No bones or anything. But there were leftovers. Wedding rings, plastic buttons, spectacles. But I still keep going. all the way up till I saw the watch. You probably know the one. Big silver thing, beautiful band. Cracked face, blood-stained. So I had a choice right then and there. I could pick up the watch and run, tell the crew at base he'd been, I guess mugged somehow, or I could keep going, see if I could find anything else about how he'd lost it, or see if maybe he was still breathing. Don't know how long I spent thinking about that choice, but I made up my mind right quick when I heard the noise coming from down the cave walls. Like Thanksgiving dinner, sir. Snapping a wishbone. Now, this changes things a little. Makes me think there's an animal in there somehow, and that's why he's not coming out. Might explain the rest of the missing persons too, judging by the size of the hull. So I figured I'd be best served trying to find out what exactly sent them to their maker, not to be crass. I found it. Don't know if I can really say what it was, but I found it all right. I saw the suit first. Small mercy, I guess. Still looked like a person could be wearing it up until the rest of it stepped out from round the corner. Tall? Tall, yeah. Not pale, more like the skin was, like it was all stretched out over the bones, kinda sausage-y. You get that? Arms didn't bend in the sleeves either. Legs neither. Big fist-sized eyes that looked like a fly's. Thought it had sunglasses on at first, until the lens fluttered. If it cared about the dark at all, I didn't notice. It just snapped around, fixed me right in the eyes, like it was about to pounce on me. Give me a moment to remember the exact wording and I'll have it.
Our agreement is ended.
It was one of those moments where you're too scared to do the smart thing, where you're so afraid you can't even run for it. I was running on autopilot, guess, 'cause I didn't even realize I had my gun out till it went off. Made a hell of a mess, all right. 2 shots, center mass. Work on most anything man-sized at that range. Though I couldn't exactly say what I ran into falls under that umbrella. Yes, sir. I'd appreciate the drink something fierce, sir. To what purpose an invasion? Why would an hostile extraterrestrial, HE, attempt to invade the planet Earth? More to the point, what reason would an HE have to make itself an HE? This question may seem overly philosophical and speculative, but it is important to the focus of Project Heimdall. Would it be for access to natural resources, either biological or mineral? Would they come to take us all as slaves? Would they just like to displace us and move in? For the reasons that will be brought up in this report, the answer to all of these is a resounding no. First, we will discuss a few basics of biochemistry as it pertains to exobiology. It is generally agreed upon that life, as we know it, tends to adapt to its own unique environment, and in turn modifies its environment to suit its own needs. The most noteworthy example of this principle is oxygen. This chemical is absolutely necessary for life as we know it, not only being present in our proteins and cell membranes and DNA, but in our life's universal solvent, water. Without oxygen, it's clear that life simply could not exist. But one form of oxygen used to be highly toxic to all life on Earth. This form consists of 2 oxygen atoms linked together by 2 covalent bonds. Inside a living system, this chemical oxidized its life-sustaining mechanisms to the point where they could not function at all. During the Precambrian era, a mass extinction event that we now call the oxygen catastrophe At that time, some bacteria managed to develop a way to use solar radiation to transform water and carbon dioxide into metabolizable sugars and oxygen molecules. This was a very effective strategy which gave them plenty of food and a deadly byproduct that kept predatory bacteria from eating them. As these photosynthetic bacteria became more plentiful, they transformed even more water and carbon dioxide into oxygen until the chemical was present in most of the oceans and atmosphere. Many living things died, but a few, including our direct ancestors, survived by developing biochemical strategies to fight the destructive effects of free oxygen and even managed to find a way to use those effects to generate energy. Because of this, almost all life now present on Earth is able to withstand and thrive in an oxygenated environment. Let us now look at another pair of chemicals that are ubiquitous to life as we know it: carbon and nitrogen. Once again, these chemicals are present everywhere and interact with another to make life possible. But one interaction of carbon and nitrogen is highly toxic in the vast majority of cases. This is a simple negatively charged ion consisting of a carbon atom and a nitrogen atom linked by three covalent bonds, commonly known as cyanide. Ironically, cyanide atoms are mostly hazardous to life forms that thrive on oxygen by interfering with the biochemical pathways that transform the energy locked up in the oxygen atoms into usable energy. It is easy to imagine a hypothetical alien planet saturated with cyanide, where life learned to thrive on this, just like our distant ancestors learned to thrive in the presence of oxygen molecules. And this brings us to the point that life developed on two separate planets with no interaction at all would end up biochemically incompatible even at the most basic level, even if they were built from the exact same chemical building blocks in exactly the same proportions. That means an HE would not choose to invade Earth to eat either us or any other forms of life on the planet. In all likelihood, terrestrial life would simply be too toxic to ingest. We can at least rest assured now that we will not be on the menu if something chooses to invade. Nor should we concern ourselves with the possibility that the HE might choose to take our place on a planet that would be too poisonous to even touch. It would be the equivalent of murdering a group of innocents for the privilege of living inside of a tank of cyanide. But should we worry about being enslaved by the HE? Once again, biochemistry provides part of the answer to this question. There would be no purpose to transport humans back to the HE's equivalent of home. These slaves would require a specialized environment and a unique diet that is incompatible with anything that exists on their homeworld. Land would have to be extensively terraformed in order to support our sources of food, thereby removing land that could otherwise be applied to other purposes by the HE. The practicality of such an endeavor is brought further into question when looking at the resources required to do such a thing. Besides those needed to sustain the slave race after the invasion, the HE would have to accumulate resources sufficient not only to subdue Earth's military forces, but to transfer such military might to Earth in the first place. Let us set aside the force needed to conquer Earth and simply consider transportation. The laws of physics allow low-energy methods of transportation between planets and stars. These methods, however, are slow, potentially taking hundreds or even thousands of years. Much can happen during this intervening time. The target might advance scientifically to the point that they can easily fight back against the force sent by the HE, or they might become so populous that they can quickly collect the resources needed to defeat the invading force with minimal effort on the part of each member of the target species, or they might simply go extinct, either through their own actions or by some other event, thereby nullifying the intended purpose of the invasion. Theoretical physics does provide certain loopholes that can allow much quicker travel to a target location. So far, though, all of these theoretical methods of transportation require vast amounts of energy in order to become feasible. The minimal energy requirements would be equivalent to converting the mass of an entire star into energy. A civilization capable of doing such a thing would have no use for a slave race. It is clear that there would be no reason to use such incomprehensible energies to obtain slaves or servants who, because of their biological requirements, would be more trouble than they are worth. What of mineral or other chemical resources? When we look at our own solar system, we see numerous planets and moons and countless smaller astronomical bodies, which have the exact same resources that we can find on the Earth, sometimes in quantities that put what we have here to shame. There are even some resources that cannot even be found on Earth in any usable proportions, such as iridium. To put things bluntly, there are enough resources close by that there would be no point in traveling further for them, were it more practical to travel to another star for your resources for whatever strange reason. It would be easier to mine an uninhabited moon rather than invade a populated world and subdue its population in order to take their resources. Recent findings in mainstream exoplanet research have found that at least half of our stars have planets orbiting them. When combined with the most liberal possible result of the Drake's equation, wherein the nearest likely alien civilization would be located hundreds or thousands of light years away, it is evident that there are enough resources between us and them that we are likely to be spared any invasion for this reason. What purpose, then, would the HE have to invade Earth? With all of these other scenarios being unfeasible, there is only one reason that an HE would attack: complete extermination. The human race would be considered a potential threat by the HE, either in its current state or as extrapolated by our current paths of development. If this is the case, it would stand to reason that the HE would use methods that have a high chance of success with little consideration for collateral damage. Such methods may include a universal pathogen that is going to infect and destroy any and all humans, application of the gray goo scenario, or even the outright destruction of the Earth. Therefore, it is this researcher's opinion that there is little reason to focus on military, sociological, or economic attacks, as these all have varying degrees of risk inherent in their very natures, and furthermore would do little to aid in the goal of extermination. Instead, the attack would be more covert and may not even be recognized as extraterrestrial in origin, rather being assumed to be a natural event, or the result of an SCP's anomalous effects. That means the best thing that we can do is what we are doing right now: secure, contain, protect. It may very well be that some items currently in our custody may be the tool that the HE had intended for our destruction, and that we have already foiled their plans without even realizing. Another prudent course of action may be to invest into research into interplanetary and eventually interstellar travel. If we should go forth and multiply, A single attack on a single world, no matter how large scale the attack may be, would not cause our outright execution. In effect, we would have a backup or multiple backups, and should we be successful in such an endeavor, we may even have a chance of becoming the HE ourselves. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes an hostile anomalous alien superstructure capable of causing an SK-class barren Earth end-of-the-world event, and it is Level 5, 2399 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Top Secret Level 5. Containment Class Keter. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Danger. Special Containment Procedures. Due to SCP-2399's location and the nature, physical means of containment are currently impossible. Implanted Foundation agents in major observatories are to contain footages or images of SCP-2399. An ongoing misinformation campaign is in effect, which has thus far been able to completely suppress any knowledge pertaining to SCP-2399 from public awareness. Foundation satellites in orbit around Jupiter are to maintain constant vigilance of SCP-2399's reconstruction efforts and make all attempts to hinder that process should SCP-2399 reach a minimum of 75% completion. Additionally, a perimeter of long-range electromagnetic jamming satellites, the Barrier Array, has been situated in high Jupiter orbit. Any transmissions intercepted by this array are to be summarily decoded and logged. In the event of SCP-2399 surpassing 75% completion or an information breach in the jamming perimeter, necessary Foundation personnel will engage Protocol Legionnaire 5, see Addendum 2399-L5, given its completion by that time. Description: SCP-2399 is a massive, complex mechanical structure currently located in Jupiter's lower atmosphere. Since its visual discovery in 1963, SCP-2399 has been observed to use highly advanced antimatter-based weaponry to create spatial disruptions and devastating atmospheric data expunged, observable as a large red vortex commonly known as the Great Red Spot. SCP-2399 appears to be damaged, possibly due to an impact with the Moon, Io, before coming to rest in its current position. SCP-2399 has been observed releasing a multitude of small octopoid repair drones in efforts to repair the damage it has taken. Some of these drones will remain near SCP-2399, while others will patrol nearby moons or deeper into the gases of Jupiter itself in search of parts that SCP-2399 is missing. Computer models estimate that SCP-2399 is at 59% completion, with a current rate of 0.78% annually. This rate has increased from an estimated 0.12% in 1970. Despite its damaged state, SCP-2399 seems to possess a limitless power supply, advanced electromagnetic shielding, matter-disrupting weaponry, the ability to repair damage done to itself, and a precise tracking and targeting system. See Addendum 2399-2B. Due to the large difference in technological advancement between the creator of SCP-2399 and our own, for all intents and purposes, SCP-2399 is currently indestructible by human means. In theory, 2399 might be left vulnerable by a powerful enough electromagnetic pulse. Unfortunately, this technology does not yet exist. Since 1971, SCP-2399 has been the recipient of an unending stream of electromagnetic-based communications originating in the Triangulum Galaxy, roughly 3 million light-years from Earth. The means of SCP-2399's travel to our solar system and the means of its communications are all unknown. From 1971 to 1985, SCP-2399 continuously received a single encoded message, which, through code breaking and translation efforts, appears to be a command to repair the damage it incurred upon entering our solar system. After this time, the barrier array was established to intercept these messages. This coincided with a period of radio silence from the origin of communications until 1996, when a different order began transmitting. The barrier array has thus far prevented SCP-2399 from receiving this command. See Addendum 2399 Comlog. SCP-2399 Discovery Notes. Access data. Access granted. SCP-2399 was originally observed, albeit unknowingly, by Giovanni Cassini in 1665. The following is taken directly from Cassini's journal on the event, translated from Italian to English. 8th of October, 1665. I observed something extraordinary in the heavens. Last night, as I gazed through my looking-glass, I saw what appeared to be a star of great luminous and streak through the far reaches of our solar system. I have never recorded an object moving so fast. It surpassed the outer planets in fewer than 2 hours. As I watched by my own 2 eyes, I saw it slow as it closed on Jupiter, make a sharp turn and disappear into the planet itself. I saw many bursts of light afterwards, but although I continued to peer at it until the sun broke, I saw no additional disturbances in the night sky. I must continue to document these changes and will alert my colleagues when the day is upon us. 15th of October, 1665. I took Peter to my observation point last night, but a week from the night I saw the fire rain upon Jupiter in the heavens. He brought along his own looking-glass, and together we aimed our view upon the giant. To our surprise, a magnificent change has occurred. Where once the distant world only showed bands of color, there is now a great red spot where the star came to rest on the surface of Jupiter. Peter was incredulous, of course, that such an amazing discovery could have taken place before our very eyes. I will continue to take note of this. 18th of October, 1665. Tonight, as I peered through my looking-glass, I swear on my life that I observed what looked to me like explosions and starbursts emanating from our red spot. I fear my mind is playing tricks on me, for there has been no record of such a violent outburst by a heavenly body since the dawn of astronomy. I will consult with Peter on the morrow, and hopefully glean from him some advice on the matter. 19th of October, 1665. Peter sees the same as I. As I approached him with my concerns, he leveled the same with me. And through our following discussions, we conclude it must be a powerful reaction to the falling star I saw upon the first night, and not a product of our own shortcomings. I am left wondering what cataclysmic event must be taking place upon our heavenly neighbor. Our work to document this must go on. Addendum 2399-2B. Access Addendum. Access granted. At redacted hours on redacted date, Barrier Unit 53 observed one of SCP-2399's repair drones closing on a piece of debris, quickly determined to be a part of a damaged communications array. Because of the nature of this specific component, and the ramifications of allowing SCP-2399 to recover it, it was ordered that Barrier Unit 45 fire upon the drone with its onboard concussion batteries. Batteries were discharged, however, the drone appeared undamaged. Footage obtained by Barrier Unit 53 shows that while the payload in question was launched towards the repair drone, it was destroyed within 5 kilometers of the target by additional charges originating from SCP-2399. Command lost contact with Barrier Unit 45 15 seconds after initial discharge, with video observations showing SCP-2399 data expunged, the resulting spatial anomaly originating in expunged, data expunged. The termination of Barrier Unit 45 by Barrier Units 44, 51, and 55. Under no circumstances are any barrier units to further engage either SCP-2399 or drones released by SCP-2399. Addendum 2399-2C Project Gygus. Information restricted to Level 4 personnel or above. Clearance accepted. After the events of redacted date, it was decided that necessary force would be authorized to destroy or incapacitate SCP-2399. Using Foundation resources as well as resources from 45 nations, notably a platform of redacted 2-digit number warheads bearing redacted 3-digit megaton payloads and redacted 2-digit warheads bearing EMP detonators was launched and placed in orbit around Europa on redacted date at redacted hours with orders from 15 heads of state and O5 redacted, O5 redacted, O5 redacted, O5 redacted, and O5 redacted. The entire payload of Project Gygus was launched towards SCP-2399. Data expunged. Efforts to develop alternative methods of eliminating SCP-2399 are currently underway. The repair of SCP-1396 has been proposed, but has been deemed currently unfeasible. Addendum 2399-L5. Information restricted to Level 4 personnel or above. Clearance accepted. So SCP-2399, have you ever sat and wondered, maybe after you hear about a car accident on a street you were just on, or a bombing in a city you were visiting, just how lucky you are to be alive? Just how many things have to go right for you to continue to exist? A few seconds too late, a few seconds too early, and somebody reaches for something they've dropped, and a busload of people run into another busload of people. Sometimes this kind of thing does happen, as we've seen, far too often. But that's what we're here for, to protect those who can't protect themselves from things they wouldn't even know to protect themselves from. We can't do it all, though. As many things as we've been able to contain, as many things have we been able to keep under lock that would threaten to destroy us all, still far too many remain that we can't do anything about. Whether they're too big or too fast or too powerful, any of these things could blink and wipe humanity from existence. The fact they haven't done so yet is just luck. SCP-2399, however, is different. We have little information regarding SCP-2399's motives, origins, and full capabilities. We do not understand how it is capable of communicating over such large distances, or why those who constructed it, if it was in fact constructed, sent it to us in the first place. We do not know what would happen if SCP-2399 is able to fully repair itself, or if part of our array would break down and a message would get through. We do not know this, so we must assume the worst. Judging by what we've seen, were SCP-2399 to have reached Earth, it would have led to our timely destruction. But sometimes humanity gets a little help. Something sometimes steps in the way of the apocalypse. For us and for SCP-2399, it was Jupiter. As SCP-2399 began to slow on its approach to Earth, Cassini saw what we've been able to ascertain, that SCP-2399 struck Oa, was damaged, and was unable to escape the gravitational pull of Jupiter. Its weapons activated as they were intended, but it was Jupiter that experienced doomsday, not us. Eventually, though, it's likely that SCP-2399 will resume full functionality and will likely be able to pull away from Jupiter and proceed to its target. As of now, we can keep hurling bombs and EMPs at it all we want, but we've got no indication that any of it will so much as scratch the thing. On the contrary, experience dictates it would do nothing at all. And if this were to happen now, we would undoubtedly be destroyed. Jupiter has given us time. For now, SCP-2399 will remain there, reassembling itself, while we devise some way to stop it. Like it or not, we are in an arms race with this thing. Our best guesses gives us something like 25 years until it is able to hear past our dampening array. Until then, we must seize the opportunity that has been laid before us. We must use the time we have been given and not let it be wasted. So, we devised Protocol Legionnaire. One gigantic EMP, powered by God knows what, followed by a volley of nukes big enough to wipe out our civilization 1,000 times over. A blunt plan, and simple, and likely futile. Our researchers and researchers around the globe have yet to devise even a way to deliver that kind of pulse, let alone a way to power it. There is no indication whatsoever that we will be able to complete Legionnaire on time, or if it will do what is intended once it is completed. But we must try. We must do something. Even if we have to drain our banks and empty our minds, we must try. Not often do we get a chance to see the swerving bus that will end our lives and step out of the way. Jupiter, unknowingly, has offered us that chance. I suggest we take it. Randall McAllen, Director, Barrier Project, Site, Addendum 2399 Com Log. Information restricted to Level 4 personnel or above. We saw the sound and heard the light. All messages logged are to be understood as having repeated themselves continuously until either a new message is logged or a logged instance of radio silence.
1971. Unit is damaged. Repair. 1985. Updating orders. Maintain position. Repair. 1985. Period of radio silence. Barrier array is established. 1996. Unit is out of range of target. Proceed to planet number 3 in system. Coordinates redacted. Repair. 2015. Unit is out of range of target. Proceed to planet number 3 in system. Coordinates redacted. Priority is target. Cease repairs.
The Last Man. It's day 50 of freeze-dried beef stroganoff. Dr. Beckett swallows the meat and rice with a grimace. He's made a challenge out of it, seeing how long he can eat the same meal without cracking. This is probably as far as he'll go with this dish, beating his previous record with the chicken curry. At least if he stops here, he'll have plenty of beef left to break up the nutrient paste and vitamin pills once the rest of the prepackaged meals run out. I'm not looking forward to the day when I find this will a treat. He looks out of the porthole, imagining the ventilation fans as a breeze blowing across the lunar plain. Not for the first time, he wishes he had tried to smuggle in just one pack of cigarettes. It wouldn't have done any harm in the end. Werner would have lost his mind if he'd found out, though. Verney, the sour-faced, stuck-up bastard. Of all the people to be shot into space with, the O5s had to send me with Site 19's tie on casual Fridays, Verney. The guy who thinks putting sugar in his cereal is the height of adventure. Maybe it's for the best he went off. Living together, one of us would have by now. Not a word, not even a "I'm just going out and maybe some time." You didn't even shake my fucking hand before you left. God damn you, Verney. Beckett thinks back to that day, a few months ago, seeing Dr. Werner walking through the craters, heading towards the horizon, opening a radio channel. "Hey, Verney, where are you going?" The last words of man. "Hey, Verney, where are you going?" Jesus Christ. You didn't have to explain yourself or say something deep and meaningful. Hell, goodbye would have been deep and meaningful enough for anyone. I'd have been satisfied with that. If I'd gone after you, would you have come back? No, you wouldn't have come back. That's why I didn't say anything else. God damn you, you bastard. It is ironic that gloomy, unsmiling Dr. Werner was the first one to snap, because in the end, it was because he was the positive one. He was the optimist. He believed the briefing from the O5s, that they were to get ready for the next wave of staff, pioneers of new humanity rising from the ashes. Even when they both knew no more shuttles were coming, he still thought the Foundation had something up its sleeve, that some portal would appear and the O5s would pop out to give them medals and take them back to the world as it was before. I guess the day he walked out was when he knew we were the last ones left. I'm still here because in the end I was less hopeful than sour old Verney. What was the point of hoping after they launched Legionary? Beckett thinks back to the day when everything changed, when it started ascending from the gases of Jupiter. The president on television with the overseers beside him, the wailing in the streets. The day he told Adrian where he really worked. And then the miracles. Watching Legionary's first test launch. Jimmy Kimmel making electromagnetic pulse jokes. His nieces and nephews drawing crown pictures of rockets and explosions, arguing about which missile was the best. The Pope leading the faithful in prayer to the world's nuclear bombs in St. Peter's squares. The Lord's angels made metal. An end to wars, an end to pointless squabbles and petty politics. All the negative energies of mankind turned to purpose, with an outside threat so faceless, so impersonal, that all vitriol and hatred directed towards it became noble. Most of the job involved disgust, fear, and at best, grim satisfaction, if things were well done. But those few months, I was proud of the Foundation. I was proud to say that I worked there. I was proud to be a human being. Maybe that was worth it. Maybe I should be grateful to Verney. Now I can say I'm the last man on the moon. The anti-Armstrong to your anti-Aldrin. One small step for a man, one giant end for mankind. Another half-remembered memory. of a bright-eyed graduating class at MIT as Aldrin walks in, telling America's newest engineers about dreaming and boldly going. Cheers and screams from the crowd, drowning out any substance of the speech. Shoving past friends and holding out a pen and a scrap of paper. A prize following him to Boeing, Cape Canaveral, and Site 19. Now returned to dust, like everything else. Suddenly, Beckett has an idea and heads to the base storerooms. It's not like I have anything better to do. A few hours later, the rover is loaded with supplies and peels out of the garage, the door silently sliding closed behind it. A set of footprints trails into the distance, but the rover bounces in the opposite direction. He dreams of the first time he went into space, and the last time. Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins are with him. Armstrong, Aldrin, Collins, Beckett, Werner. The last manned mission to the moon. The last mission anywhere. The rover comes to a stop. The beep of the autopilot waking Beckett from his slumber. He straps on his helmet, tapping the seals. The airlock opens with a hiss, and he bounds down the stairs. The lander is in front of him, flag standing stiffly at attention beside it. Beckett runs a glove over its metal legs, so awkward looking to modern eyes. His hand comes to rest over Aldrin's signature. Did you ever think something like this would happen, Mr. Aldrin? If you'd gone 10 years earlier, would it have changed anything? What if you'd never gone at all? Beckett suddenly feels weary and begins to wonder why he came. He stands there, imagining the stars and stripes fluttering and the anthem playing, until his oxygen warning begins to sound, beneath a black sky and brown earth. He sleeps again on the journey back, dreaming of drawings of Da Vinci's flying machines, Florentine streets, chapel ceilings, drinking red wine with Adrian. When he returns, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, Greenwich Mean Time. He missed his daily call. Not that it makes a difference anymore. Still, it's best to keep to routines in this place. He boots up the base computer, cycling through the sites. The live, 1 second delayed, live camera feeds are still active, and he wonders why he needs to see the pictures as he calls, as if they were placed there by a mocking tormentor. Beckett brings up Site 19. The entrance guard tower has collapsed on top of the central building, and it looks like the cafeteria is now gone. The sky is a swirling, roaring mass of dust and sulfur, masonry and debris, bouncing past like tumbleweeds, the leftovers of the human race. Same old, same old. He taps the transmitter button.
This is an automated message from Site 19. We have a Category 1 site-wide failure. Contact alternate command for orders.
Hello, Site 19. Hello, overseers. Still not coming to get me yet? Yeah. Maybe Vernie stepped into that portal and found his way back there. Maybe he finally found his sense of humor and messed with the computer before he left. Everything's back to normal there, and everyone's sitting in the cafeteria right now, preparing my surprise party. Vernie, can you hear me? I know you can hear me, you bastard. Get back into that portal and come back here right now. You hear me? I want you back here. Vernie, you bastard. I want you back, Beckett mutters. O5s, you can come here too. You hear me? You got some explaining to you, and I don't give a shit how much you get paid or what superpowers you have.
This is an automated message from Site 19. We have a Category 1 site-wide failure. Contact alternate command for orders.
I want fucking Werner and the overseers, Beckett shouts.
This is an automated message from Site 19. We have a Category 1 site-wide failure. Contact alternate command for orders.
I want my old job back. I want my desk and my office.
This is an automated message from Site 19. We have a Category 1 site-wide failure. Contact alternate command for orders.
I want my house and my car and my lawnmower. You can buy me a new fucking lawnmower. I want to see my brother and mom and dad. I want Adrian back. I want a bottle of wine to drink with her. I want to see Italy again. I want I want to see a real fucking ocean again. Not a fucking moon ocean. A real one with real fucking water.
This is an automated message from Site 19. We have a Category 1 site-wide failure. Contact alternate command for orders.
Beckett slumps over the computer console, shaking with sobs. I want to turn on a TV and see you say legionary worked. It blew up that alien piece of shit, and it's not the end of the world anymore. It's just SCP-2399. It's neutralized, and we sent that thing to hell. I want my fucking world back.
Receiving transmission.
Beckett sits bolt upright. He sees the camera view has changed and grabs the seat armrest to steady himself. A colossal mass of alien machinery is on screen, hovering amidst the roiling atmosphere, covered in scorch marks from 1,000 atomic blasts.
New video feed active.
He falls back into the chair. Not his miraculous deliverance, just the ever-fickle voice recognition software.
Receiving transmission.
Another surge of adrenaline lurches him forward. With trembling hands, he presses the transmitter button.
All primary systems destroyed. Mission aborted. All primary systems destroyed. Mission aborted. All primary systems destroyed. Mission aborted.
There is nobody around who can tell if the last man on the moon is laughing or crying. SCP-5060, North Sentinel Planet. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Physical containment of SCP-5060 is currently impossible. As such, Foundation efforts are to be focused on the reduction of public awareness of SCP-5060. Foundation operatives within the International Astronomical Union are to report on any ongoing investigation into the star HD 4560. A Foundation-operated web crawler, IO Aphrodite, is to monitor online communities for discussions or media regarding SCP-5060. MTF Gamma-5, Red Herrings, is to investigate these discussions and provide needed amnesticization/cover-up on a case-by-case basis. Project Heimdall currently employs modified exploratory probes in order to study SCP-5060. These probes are equipped with advanced sensor suites, as well as FTL propulsion systems reverse-engineered from the study of SCP-2117. Secondary mission objectives are pending approval contingent upon the inhabitants of SCP-5060 possessing interstellar travel. Description: SCP-5060 is a terrestrial exoplanet, roughly 0.95 times the radius and 0.9 times the mass of Earth, in orbit around the star HD 4560. The planet's atmosphere consists of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, argon, and sulfur dioxide, as determined by Foundation probes. Due to the density of the atmosphere, the planet's surface cannot be viewed via visible light from space. At the time of writing, attempts to land probes on the planet have uniformly resulted in lost communications with the probe upon entry of SCP-5060's atmosphere. SCP-5060 has an unusually high number of satellites for its size, with 1,260 total as of January 2020. Each satellite is roughly spherical, with an average radius of 50 kilometers, and is located within the synchronous orbit of SCP-5060. Every 15 to 26 years, SCP-5060 ejects or launches a new satellite via an unknown mechanism, which settles into a similar orbit. This has increased from an average of 8 to 14 years at the time of SCP-5060's discovery by the Foundation in 1956. To date, the longest observed gap between new satellite appearances is 35 years. The shortest gap between new satellite appearances has been 14 minutes, during a period in which 7 new satellites appeared within a 4-hour window. As a result, it is believed that SCP-5060 hosts an extraterrestrial civilization of some kind. Examination of these satellites via Foundation probes has determined them to be composed primarily of marble, granite, and quartzite coated in a transparent polymer. Each satellite contains a central hollow chamber. Remote excavation of these chambers has uncovered thousands of ferrous spheres placed within small cavities. These spheres contain a fine powder consisting of carbon, calcium, phosphorus, and other trace elements. Use of Foundation probe occasionally provokes an aggressive response from SCP-5060 in the form of a 20-kilogram ferrous slug fired at 0.1 C. These attacks have the highest chance of occurring when the excavation probes attempt to recover material from the satellites. To date, no probes have escaped or survived such an attack, and the energy of the projectile makes later recovery impossible. Attempts at establishing remote radio contact with the inhabitants of SCP-5060 have been met with failure, with no forms of telecommunication broadcasts detectable on SCP-5060's surface. Proposals for additional strategies to determine the technological and biological capabilities of SCP-5060's inhabitants are currently pending review. Addendum 3/3/2020. At 800 UTC, Project Heimdall defense satellites detected incoming extraterrestrial bodies that proceeded to impact Earth within a period of half an hour. A series of 28 projectiles were recovered from several impact locations around the globe. These locations included Arlington National Cemetery, Brookwood Cemetery, the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Taj Mahal, several cave systems in Indiana. Members of MTF Gamma 5 have been mobilized to reduce the public fallout following this barrage, with the cover story of a previously unknown meteor shower. Examination of these projectiles found them to be similar to the ones launched from SCP-5060 at Foundation probes. Each projectile had a hollow center and contained one of the 27 Foundation probes previously believed to have been lost in SCP-5060's atmosphere. Additionally, the 28th projectile contained an iron copy of the Voyager Golden Record, in which all imagery of humans are scratched out. An additional etching is present on the record in an indecipherable script. It is unknown how the inhabitants of SCP-5060 came into the possession of this object, given that neither the Voyager 1 or 2 have traveled within the vicinity of SCP-5060. Analysis of the trajectory of the projectiles from data gathered by the Project Heimdall satellites has suggested their origin as the planet Venus. Attempts by Foundation assets to investigate the Venusian surface for potential colonies of the inhabitants of SCP-5060 have been met with similar failures as the investigation of SCP-5060, with loss of communication with probes upon entry into the Venusian atmosphere. SCP-6335, The Cradle. Object Class: Tiamat. Special Containment Procedures. All SCP-6335 instances are to remain under constant surveillance, and any changes in location or behavior must be reported and logged. SCP-6335-A is to remain within orbit indefinitely. Maintenance of its operation is to be considered an EMETA class priority. In the event of an SCP-6335 instance entering the solar system, the continued secrecy of SCP-6335-A and the Foundation as a whole would no longer be considered necessary. Description: SCP-6335 are a race of massive interplanetary humanoid entities. Although they possess significant morphological and behavioral differences, all observed instances exhibit the following characteristics: a height of over 100,000 kilometers, the ability to teleport, aggression towards any celestial bodies encountered, extreme durability to the point of nigh indestructibility, both damage-wise and aging-wise, biological carbon-based DNA, lack of consciousness or any communication skills, and unknown origin. At present, it is believed that a total of approximately 20,000 SCP-6335 entities exist throughout the observable Milky Way galaxy. SCP-6335-A is an array of hyper-complex mechanical, thaumaturgic, and ontokinetic apparatus created by the SCP Foundation's Project Heimdall in 1972 and currently located in Earth's low orbit, designed to protect the Earth against any and all unauthorized outside interaction from HEs, hostile extraterrestrials. SCP-6335's Hive-A current primary objective is the defense of the planet from SCP-6335 entities. SCP-6335-A consists of three main components. SCP-6335-A-1, the Central Operation Module of the unit, disguised as a gigantic U.S. space station in orbit, accessible only by Foundation project personnel. It acts as the hub from which the other modules are controlled, and can send and receive messages to and from planet-side Foundation sites. SCP-6335-A-2, a set of hyper-tuned space radars capable of intercepting any image or signal within the observable universe. Built with the usage of paratechnology based on SCP-2154's operation method. All of its images represent current moment events bypassing the speed of light. SCP-6335-A-3, a net of approximately 3 billion connected transmitters forming a planet-wide protection bubble, utilizing thaumaturgic rituals from the Codex Tenebra, as well as Foundation technology. Though capable of being damaged, physically unmovable and indestructible due to their metaphysically anchored locations, and repair drones stationed at each of the transmitters. Addendum 633-35-1, Discovery and Historical Context. In 1949, during its path towards the Triangulum galaxy, Foundation Deep Space Probe Pathfinder recorded exoplanet 55 Cancri G a celestial body located 500,000 light years away from Pathfinder's destination, spontaneously rupturing at the surface before breaking up into space debris. The event was documented as an extra-normal event until a second planet in the 55 Cancri system underwent a similar process a decade later. Foundation deep space recording technology had sufficiently advanced by this point to discern a massive humanoid entity within the system, presumably responsible for the destruction of 55 CNCG and F. This was given the provisional designation of SCP-6335. Following further development of Foundation radar technology as a result of Project Heimdall's founding in 1962, numerous other events similar to the original 55 Cancri-G incident were recorded throughout the observable galaxy. Though with a tendency to occur more on planets orbiting stars, current hypothesis holds that SCP-6335 entities are lured towards light in density similar to that of the star. Whether this is true is yet to be determined. To prevent the potential destruction of the Earth within such an event, an emergency summit of the Foundation, GOC, and United Nations Coalition was called shortly after. Following unanimous support from all parties involved, Project Fjordgen was officially authorized in 1961, the intent of creating a permanent defense system to protect humanity from the apocalyptic threat posed by SCP-6335, resulting in the creation of 6335-A via cooperation of numerous Foundation and non-Foundation departments, including but not limited to Department of Megastructure Engineering, Department of Ontokinetics, Department of Extraterrestrial Research, Emergency Threat Tactical Response Authority, Department of Thaumaturgy, Department of Defense, High Command, Psych Division, and Physics Division. In 1972, Project Fjordgen has proved to be a success, properly setting the infrastructure on Earth's orbit. However, days prior to the project's final activation, it was discovered that due to the system's nature, once activated, it would be impossible to turn off the metaphysically anchored subparts of the SCP-6335-A apparatus from their current locations. As SCP-6335-A's full activation process takes approximately 2 years to set up due to its complexity, the system would need to be turned on as soon as possible to effectively protect the planet. Its activation would be deemed impossible should it be initiated only after an SCP-6335 entity enters the solar system. However, as the system functions by disallowing any biological mass from exiting or entering Earth's orbit, immediately destroying any that would come into contact with it, activating the system would permanently, effectively disallow for any human exploration outside of Earth. In light of this discovery, an emergency summit of the O5 Council was held to ascertain if SCP-6335's actual activation would be beneficial to the human race. The following is an abbreviated Council vote summary. The Yeas: O5-1, O5-3, O5-4, O5-6, O5-7, O5-10, O5-11, O5-13. The Nays: O5-5, O5-9. Abstain: O5-2, O5-8, O5-12. Status approved. Following is an unofficial status from the Administrator regarding the project. 23 years ago, we watched a planet get annihilated by a being I'd hesitate to call anything less than a god, snapping it in one half in mere moments. We thought of it as a one-time threat, one we can kill once and never feel afraid again. But we were wrong. In the face of this apocalyptic threat, we were left with one option: perfect protection of Earth. at the cost that man may never again set foot off it. Earth is both our home and our cradle, and we cannot lose it, no matter how great the cost may be. Addendum 6335-2 05/02/2023 File Update. In the morning of May 2nd, 2023, all SCP-6335-A systems started acting irrationally, with SCP-6335-A-2 sending out a constant distress signal regarding an approaching SCP-6335 entity towards Earth. When a full solar system scan revealed no such threat existing, a full scan of SCP-6335-A's systems efficiency was called, revealing no malfunction. To stop further panic, the alert was called off and SCP-6335-A-2 was temporarily disabled. At 1829 as of 5/2/2023, however, gigantic earthquakes were noted to appear all around the globe. In a matter of hours, major population centers, such as New York, Beijing, Tokyo, and Berlin, were all lost. At that moment, SCP-6335-A-2 unpromptly reactivated, inputting an SCP-6335 entity threat signal at a constant rate through all channels. As of writing the document, the earthquakes have doubled in severity, with the globe-wide temperature of the planet rising rapidly at a pace of 1 degree centigrade every 20 minutes. The reasons for this remain unknown. Minutes following the second SCP-6335-A-2 malfunction, the following message was sent by the Office of the Administrator to all Foundation personnel. In the last 24 hours, anomalous geological activity has been responsible for the death of approximately 1.3 billion individuals and shows no signs of ceasing. SCP-6335's file has been released to all personnel, and sites near the areas of severe geological activity have been evacuated. Foundation personnel are expected to continue work as able, with full priority to be given to averting the likely XK-class end-of-the-world scenario currently unfolding. While the situation is still developing, there appears to be only one conclusion. We were right about Earth being a cradle. It just wasn't ours